Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. As always, JR here with our continuing adventures down the Life is Strange franchise here. So, after wrapping up Heat Waves last time, there, as you can see, with Alex still joining me here, there is still another adventure, another pretty relatively short adventure with Alex and Steph uh, to still go through. So it's back to the comic book world with Life is Strange Forget Me Not, which this is a tiny little mini series because it's only one book, because it is nowhere near as long as the Max and Chloe comics. Like that was abundantly clear when they made this. And this was and this came out a well, after the Max and Chloe comics wrapped, except not directly um after. Like, there was a short break in between. Let me see. Specifically, uh okay. So the Max and Chloe comics wrapped March 9th of 2022. So the Forget Me Not comics started December 20th of 2023. So about 2 years, a little over 2 years after True Colors came out, because True Colors was September of 2021, and about a little over a year from the final issue of the Max and Chloe comics. So these are 4 issues, well, 4 chapters, as the trade is gonna call them, which is pretty much the same amount that each of the Max and Chloe books had. Like, they each had about like 4 issues within them. Um, so we had, as I said, the first issue for this, December 20th of 2023. Then issue 2 was March 27th of 2024. And then issue 3 was May 29th of 2024. And then the final issue 4, was August 14th of 2024. So a little bit of a ways. Um but with the Max and Chloe comics coming to an end for reasons, which we'll get into why the Max and Chloe comics came to an end in the in the next video specifically. But as for this, like, obviously the comics were still doing great. Like, they were still selling, they were still good. So they were like, okay, let's keep the comics going a little bit. So let's so who are the next popular characters? And that turned out to be obviously Steph and Alex from True Colors, because they were the next most positively received characters overall. Besides, obviously, Max, Chloe, and also Rachel, because all three of them were the centerpiece of the original series of comics. So might as well do Steph and Alex again, because while these comics were going on, this was also after because this was after the Steph novel came out, right? Yeah, this was after the Steph novel came out. Yeah, March, December. Yeah, because the Steph comic came out within the same year, but March 21st. And then, like I said, the first issue of this was December 20th, both in 2023. So, because that was going on well, it was like, okay, let's just keep expanding the True Colors world a little bit. Because when this was, what was it? When this was wrapping up, yeah, when this was wrapping up, the Heat Waves novel was coming out, because the Heat Waves novel was July 30th of 2024, and then the final issue of this was August 14th of 2024. So yeah, we were definitely getting a lot of True Colors expanded material for a couple of years there. And the Heat Waves novel was fine. Like I said, I didn't enjoy it as much as the Steph novel, but there's always a little bit of a bias there, because uh like, I really like Steph herself as a character, so having a story that's all about her from her perspective was a lot more interesting for me. And then obviously having a well written story, from people, from Rosie Thor in the case of the Steph novel, who really loves and respects the universe, was was made it even better when you have people that's involved with the project that actually cares about what they're about the source material that they're writing for. Um, so with this, we have kind of a new writer here for this comic series. So Emma Vicelli is not the writer for this, so she did not come back to write this little side story, this little sequel story um, to True Colors. This was written by Zoe Tharagood, which she isn't entirely a stranger to the Life is Strange comics, because she didn't do writing, but she did do a variant cover of the Life is Strange comic series. because if you remember, when we were going through the main comic series, I when I was talking about the individual variant covers and stuff that they had in the that they had throughout that run, there was one variant cover that was done by Zoe Tharagood, and I was like, remember this name, because this name was gonna come back later, and this is where the name comes back. Is she's writing this? She wrote this comic series, this comic mini series, as opposed to drawing it, mainly because uh, this was drawn by Claudia Leonardi again, so they were able to bring Claudia back to do the main artwork for the comics here. So this was also a really fun thing that they did. Um, and technically Emma Vicelli was not entirely absent for this, because she did do a variant cover for one of the issues, which is a very special variant cover, and we will address it when we get there, because it's a variant cover that highlights a particularly special moment in the comic, in this little comic. And you don't have to wait very long for that special moment, because it pretty much happens at the beginning of the comic, before the main plot and everything starts rolling and get rolling, But in any case, this should be a relatively quick run, because it's a short. It's just one book, so it's not like this is gonna be a multi-part thing. But in any case, which you could be the judge of whether that's disappointing or not, that this didn't run for a little longer. But in any case, let's jump over to. Here we go. Bam. Yeah, so we got obviously got our little setup here with my Claudia pictures, because hey, you gotta have the main woman herself there. uh, so let's get this. Alrighty. Okay. So let's get this underway. So there's the main cover, which is really good. I really like the cover here with a character that we haven't mentioned yet, which is this girl here in front. And then we have obviously Alex up here with her signature jacket, jean jacket, and her guitar. And then obviously we have Steph right next to her holding her drumsticks. And they are sitting on top of something, but we will definitely get to that when we get into the book proper. But this cover is done by it says it in the back of the book here. Angela Wu. So Angela Wu made the cover here, for this. So there's that. So pretty nice cover. I like it. Obviously, a nice little advertisement for the Heat Waves novel that we finished. And then we got a tiny little title page, and then we obviously have the main Titan comics, because this is obviously done by the same comic company that did the Max and Chloe series, so nothing's different there. Um, so we got the credits for the Titan comics themselves, and then we have the credits for the comic itself, with obviously the writing, the art, the colors, obviously, and all the other miscellaneous stuff. All right, so now we have our timeline establishment, because at the beginning of all of these expanded materials, they do lay out what timeline and choices that they are following. So you get a very basic like rundown of where the story is going to pick up from. All right. So it says here, Life is Strange is a world of choices in a multiverse of infinite possibilities. Forget Me Not takes place in a timeline much like the one you know from Life is Strange True Colors, but with certain key differences. In this timeline, for instance, infamous Arcadia Bay residents Rachel Amber and Chloe Price fulfilled their dream of escaping to sunny California, and Max Caulfield never returned from Seattle. Okay, hold on. Since we are established that we are following the Chloe timeline. There we go. Since we've now established that we're following the Chloe timeline, I always gotta bust out my bays before bays shirt. As always. Every time. Always. Every single time. Okay. All right. As I was reading here, here the future is yet unwritten, and the past is full of surprises. After the death of her mother, Alex Chen was cast adrift in the foster care system, struggling for years with her curse, the ability to sense, absorb, and even manipulate the emotions of other people. With her psychic power of empathy, on leaving foster care, she reconnected with her older brother Gabe in the small town of Haven Springs. When Gabe died in a mining accident shortly after her arrival, Alex partnered with Gabe's friends and used her growing supernatural powers to bring his killers to justice. As they brought the truth to light, Alex also grew close to and began dating local radio DJ and drummer Steph Gingrich. As a former resident of Arcadia Bay and student at Blackwell Academy, Steph Gingrich knows Chloe and Rachel. After high school, Steph left for Seattle, where she bounced around the punk scene as a drummer. It was whilst on tour with her two-piece band Drugstore Makeup that Steph first discovered Haven Springs, and the rest is history. After revealing the truth of Gabe's death, Alex and Steph left town to start their own band and are now road tripping across the states trying to build a name for themselves one dive bar at a time. So that pretty much sets up where we're at in the comics, which is also pretty much the basic setup for what Heat Waves is. So it's pretty well what Heat Waves was. So we pretty much another adventure with Alex and Steph as they're just road tripping across the country doing gigs and stuff, trying to get their name out there. So which is pretty fine because you could pretty much like come up with like different adventures and stuff for them to go on, like as they're like road tripping around. So not a bad setup to do. I guess you could almost call it like an anthology of stories with Alex and Steph doing different things. So, all right. So now we begin. So Alex, narrating her inner thoughts here, says, "There's an awkwardness between finishing one song and starting the next. It's also really good to see like Claudia's artwork again in a completely new story now. Oh, there's Steph. Like being pulled out of an all-consuming dream and waking up to silence. Nice little introduction of Alex and Steph here with the opening shots. Only to find you're being watched. Faceless strangers peering into your soul. You hope they see you, like really see you, but you know they probably don't. There is two people I'm noticing, because if you're paying close attention, you probably recognize two people specifically in the middle of this panel. It might be a little hard to notice because there's no individual colors, but I noticed them very well immediately. Alright, so now Alex actually says out loud, anyway, this song is for my big brother Gabe. It's called... And then old bar owner says, sorry, ladies, we're hitting closing time. If you wouldn't mind wrapping it up. Well, that sucks. Talk about bad timing. About to get into an emotional song, and then you get cut off because of closing time. Well, that sucks. Maybe Alex, you and Steph can figure out some time management a little bit, so that way you can get to the songs that you really wanna perform, that you really wanna push. You know, just a thought. Okay, so Alex continues to say, oh, right, sure, sorry. Well, be sure to check out our socials and for more dates and announcements. And then Alex continues with her inner thoughts. You wish you could focus on the moment, enjoy it. You did to begin with, but it's not that simple anymore. This is your future now, your livelihood, and not just yours. And then Steph is, well, sweating and kind of, I guess, disappointed that they got cut off. But we'll see. Alex's inner thoughts continue. If a tree falls in a forest and no one is around to hear it, did that tree even matter? Steph asked me last week if she had that quiet anger. She had that quiet anger behind her eyes. I think this all seemed a lot simpler 6 months ago. Okay, so now we got a time frame from the events that we're reading right now and the end of True Colors when Steph and Alex leave Haven. And then Alex says, and if you enjoyed what you heard today, please consider picking up our demo CD, Look at Me, Now Look Away. And there's the two of them. I said that there was gonna be a cameo, that there was gonna be a special moment. So here's your special moment here. So you have Rachel and Chloe here watching Alex and Steph's performance, which Rachel is also recording on her phone. Either she's recording it or she's, I don't know, maybe live streaming it like she was doing, like she did in the comics where she had like her live streaming show, Amber Light. So, um, also, first of all, since we have, since we have since we have Chloe and Rachel for a little extended cameo appearance here, might as well have little Chloe and Rachel join us. So we'll have little Chloe and Rachel right here, right next to Alex there. So we'll have them to hang out with Alex here while we continue reading. Okay. All right. Before I start getting a little emotional, also, a big thing to notice to note too is Um, when I met Claudia the first a couple of times now, I did tell her, I did, well, not tell her, but, well, I told her a lot of things, but I did ask her a couple of questions. One of the questions I did ask in relation to this comic is, what version of Rachel and Chloe is this supposed to be? Because the opening little description there that establishes like the timeline and everything, that establishes some of the choices and stuff that we're following right out the gate, doesn't explicitly like state the Rachel and Chloe status, like what version of them this is. And Claudia did say that when she was that when they were coming up with the Rachel and Chloe cameo at the beginning of the comic here, she when she was drawing them and whatnot, doing the work for this, she envisioned and she meant for this Chloe and Rachel specifically to be the same Chloe and Rachel that Max met in the other timeline in the main comic series, the Partners in Time comic series, in that. So it's supposed to be the same Chloe and Rachel that we met there, which is really good because it pretty much gives us, because the end of the Partners in Time comic run gave us an epilogue to the original timeline with Max and original Chloe. So we pretty much got a bunch of like wrap up for them, but we didn't necessarily get a wrap up of like, oh, what are they doing now for Rachel and Chloe specifically though. Because outside of the little montage when we saw like Rachel, going to do her Hamlet performance and everything, doing all that, then the letter and pictures that they sent with Tristan to give to Max and stuff. Like outside of that, we didn't really know like what they were doing. So it's nice that they put them here, and it pretty much establishes like Steph knows Rachel and Chloe. Like Steph had the little cameo with Rachel and Chloe and being introduced to Max during their setup for the Hamlet play. Right? So it makes sense now that Steph is together with Alex and they're doing like these performances and stuff and traveling around the place, right? It makes sense that, to support Steph, to support their friend, that Rachel and Chloe would take the time to go to one of their performances and like show support for them, right? Well, specifically for Steph. But but yeah, to support them. So that's nice. It gives us a little bit of a almost like a where are they now um feeling, which is really fun. Like I really enjoyed that they put this in here just to get us a little bit of a oh, this is what they're up to type of thing. Um and then Alex continues to say, thanks for coming out to see us. Have a great night. And then now we're out well, somewhere outside in the woods here, chilling. So Chloe says, but what I'm saying is, you gotta rock out like, and then we have a nice little establishing shot here with Rachel here, Chloe here, sitting on a log, and then you have Alex here and Steph here, sitting on some folding chairs, with a little campfire and some beers, some cans of beers. And we also have a school bus that has been like converted into pretty much like a tour bus. So this is also nice. This is also what Steph and Alex were sitting on top of on the cover of the book. So this is Steph and Alex's like little tour bus that they're using. Um which is also kind of cool because at the end of Heat Waves it kind of alludes to Steph and Alex getting like a tour bus to use for a while. So this is kind of like, okay, it kind of has like a small little connection to the Heat Waves novel, so that's kind of fun. And then you have Chloe over here doing some air guitar with the wing 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 wing. And then you have Rachel over here laughing. It seems like Rachel's having a good time. So Steph says, you finally started learning to play. Uh, well, Swag, we are back. Hey, welcome in, Swag. Um, hopefully your dinner comes out good. Um, Swag said, "What are we up to this stream?" Well, we're reading the Forget Me Not comic mini series, starring Steph and Alex. So continuing on from the ending of True Colors, and slightly from the ending of the Heat Waves novel. We're picking up from there. Also, technically, picking up also from the end of the Max and Chloe comics, the Partners in Time original series of comics. So if you couldn't tell by the artwork, Swag, we are back to like you would call it. We are back to cinema. We are back to cinema because the comic is drawn by Claudia Leonardi all over again. So Claudia is back to grace us with with bringing a Alex and Steph story to life. So, yet again, this is not um, this is not written by Emma Vicelli though. This is a different writer. This is Zoe Tharagood. So this is not the same writer from the Max and Chloe comic run. But she's doing good so far. So we kind of just started too, so we're not that far in. This is only one book also. So this isn't multiple books. This is only one book. So we're most likely gonna finish it in this stream. So also you're gonna get a cameo in a minute. Cause we're actually in the middle of a cameo scene. So most likely when I switch to a different panel, you're probably gonna get smacked in the face with a cameo. Swag said, "Oh, they got a comic together. This is the first time I heard of it. Interesting." Oh, amazing! Claudia is back, baby. Claudia herself is absolute cinema. Anything with her name on it. Uh, anything her name stamped on it is certified. Hey, that's based. All right. Speaking of certified, here's your cameos, by the way. So Rachel says, she begged me to get her one of her, to get her one for her 22nd. She learned the opening 3 seconds of Back in Black, and then just gave up. Well, that does sound like something Chloe would do. So Chloe says, the world isn't ready for me. Girl, you don't know the half of it. And then Rachel continues, but it looks like the world is getting ready for you guys. Chloe told me you guys have a label interested. And then Alex says, oh yeah, well, it's a pretty new label. They're mostly interested in bringing up new artists, so it's not like it's gonna be a massive deal. But they said they're interested. And then Steph enthusiastically says, not a massive deal. Alex, this is the biggest deal. There's too many kids trying to get noticed online these days. A money man saying yes is major. And then Alex, with her inner thoughts, says, Steph gets twice as excited about things and twice as disappointed when they don't happen. I try to keep us grounded, but it's hard to pretend I'm not pinning all my hopes on this too. Oh, also since Max and Chloe, since Rachel and Chloe, are here, we might as well. Where? There we go. Might as well pop up this cover here. Which, this cover, if you don't notice, is a variant cover, which is pretty much showing Alex and Steph and Chloe and Rachel around the fireplace, which is the current scene that we're seeing here. And it is this specific variant cover underneath me here is actually drawn by Emma Vicelli herself. So remember what I said earlier, that even though this comic is not written by Emma was still slightly involved with this little mini series. So she did a nice little variant cover for the first issue, and it's only fitting that her variant cover is of Alex, Steph, Chloe, and Rachel all together on the by the campfire. So why wouldn't why wouldn't Emma do that? Because she made a variant cover for the first issue of the Max and Chloe comics, and she made a variant cover for the final issue of the Max and Chloe comics. So it only makes sense that Emma kind of does a variant cover for this, for the first issue for this, almost like a passing, like a handing over of the baton, like when you're running and whatnot, and you pass the baton to the next runner. That's pretty much what Emma is doing. It's almost like a passing of the torch moment in a way, where it's like, here. Swag says, oh, I love these new Chloe and Rachel designs. Claudia really made them look like they progressed than the Partners in Time comic. I don't know why I struggle saying it. It's kind of weird because saying Life is Strange comic, because also Life is Strange comic is so kind of hard to distinguish or separate to what you're talking about. Yeah, that's why I refer to the comic series. That's why I refer to the main comic series as Partners in Time, because it's the easiest way to separate the comics from the original video game. Because if you have the original video game and then you have the comics, the original run of comics having the same name, it gets very confusing. So that's why I always stick with the Partners in Time tagline that they gave the comics about halfway through the run. So that's why I just retroactively just call the Max and Chloe comics Partners in Time. It's a very easy way to distinguish that. Hey, welcome in, Blue Autumn Leaves. Welcome in, Blue. How's it going? Hopefully you're doing well. Okay. So Steph continues to say, hold on. Oh, good, Blue. Blue says, going good. That's great to hear. I always love hearing good news. So Steph says, anyway, congratulations on the ads. We saw you on the side of a building when we passed through Columbus. Yeah, Blue. Glad to hear that you're feeling better. And yes, my day is going pretty well. Just an average day. Nothing super exciting, nothing extremely bad like either. So just a regular day. Just a regular like laid back streaming day. Nothing too crazy. All right. So Rachel says handbags, right? Who knew? I'm more excited to really push my acting career. But the modeling is paying for our little LA apartment. And then Chloe says, I'm helping. I sold a sculpture for an entire $50 last week. And then Rachel's just being like, she did. Rachel, the supportive girlfriend that she is. Uh, Blue says, average is good. I like average regular days. Yeah, like, hey, as long as nothing, as long as everything's fine, I count that as a good day. um, Swag says, they honestly need me uh, to hire me for managing the separations so it doesn't get confusing. Hey Square, please hire him. I'll vouch for him, and multiple other people will vouch for him. Hey, that's hey. I ain't angling for a job, but if they happen to make an enticing enough offer, I'm not saying I wouldn't say no. I would be open to it. Let me stop. Um. Also, as far as Chloe here, it's also nice that they're keeping Chloe's little side job that we established in the Partners in Time comic series of Chloe making metal sculptures. So making metal sculptures and actually like getting paid for them. So it's also nice that we're keeping that thread also going. So it's like, oh, okay, Rachel is still doing her thing. Chloe is still doing her thing. So they're still doing pretty much what they were doing when we last left them in Partners in Time. So that's great. Aside from the fact that they also look older, like Swag was saying, which does make sense, cause this is supposed to be 2019 or maybe like early 2020 is when in the timeline this is all supposed to happen. So this is many years. This is at least like 4 years after the end of Partners in Time. So Rachel and Chloe have to look a little have to at least be noticeably a little older. So yet again, kudos to Claudia for the characters designs for everybody here. Like Steph looks good, Alex looks good, Chloe and Rachel obviously look good, so Claudia's still killing it with the art. Um Chloe says, I'm mostly just a glorified housewife. That's what you've done to me, Rachel. I've been domesticated. That's one way of looking at it, Chloe, I guess. uh, um, so Steph says, have you heard from Mikey at all? Oh, we get a Mikey reference. Um, Chloe says, I don't really keep up with any of the. Ooh, excuse me. With any of the Blackwell folks. I've changed so much since I was that shithead kid. I don't know how to engage with that part of my life anymore. Do you keep up with them? And Steph responds, yeah, well, a bit. Mikey's at college for game design. Big business nowadays, apparently. You would know, Steph. Of course, video game design is really big business. Swag says, yeah, they look thicker, for lack of better words, compared to the previous comics. Like they've been doing some athletic activities to to achieve that sort of tone and definition. I guess we don't really see much. What was it? Much of their I guess body tone. They do look noticeably like older at least. So like I said, that's good to know that they've aged. Oh, we're in ads real quick. Oh, okay. So we'll take a little bit of a break since we're in the middle of ads. Hang on. Oh, what do we got? About a minute 10 seconds. Come on. Oh, we got almost 30 seconds. All right, now that we're back from ads here. But yeah, as I said, at the very least, Chloe and Rachel look a little older. Um, Swag says, athletic activities doesn't have to mean like workout or activity in the gym. Simply walking, hiking can alter your body. Lots of travel can do that to you. That's why walking is so important, because many people say walking is an exercise, and they're so wrong. Simply just walking can drastically alter your body. Yeah, I typically walk pretty much everywhere myself, but luckily for me, most of where I need to go, like in my daily life, is pretty close to where I live. So everything is pretty much walking distance for me. So I don't really have to worry about like really needing a car or taking public transportation, really. So that's pretty okay for me. But in any case, let's uh, keep this going. Also, keeping Mikey's established career path that they set up in True Colors is really good. Swag said that's Steph or Max. Oh no, that's Steph. That's Steph. Cause Steph is talking about Mikey, so that's Steph. Cause Alex never I mean Max never met Mikey. So yeah, Steph Swag. Um okay, so Chloe says, "Oh, cool, cool to hear. Folks escaped that shithole and went on to better things." Steph says, "Yeah," and then Chloe asks, did you have you seen the memorial?" And then Steph says, "What memorial?" Uh, Chloe responds, "The one they put up for Kate. Rachel caught it in the papers. It's just past the gates." And then Steph looking kind of shocked and then obviously sad because she has a blue aura around her. And then the blue aura is getting stronger. And obviously Alex is going to notice. And then I guess feel uh, Steph's sadness here. And then Steph says, I didn't know they. I think I. Okay, so clearly Steph is kind of at a loss for words because she can't really put into words what she wants to say here. Oh, and then Alex is definitely feeling the sadness. So we have a bunch of different things that Steph is feeling. So it says Kef state that Kate died because of all of us. It's my fault. Why didn't I do anything? She's always there. Why do people keep reminding me of her? I hate her. I wish I could forget her. So there's a lot of regret going on there. And then Alex gets up and says, "We need to get going." And then Steph says, "But we only just got here." And then Alex says, we have a drive ahead of us, and it's getting late." And then Rachel, obviously reading the room, Rachel says, "Oh, it's fine. I have a shoot tomorrow evening anyway, so I need to get some beauty sleep." And then Chloe, obviously not picking up on the signals of uncomfortability that's going on right now. Chloe says, "You do?" Chloe, Rachel is obviously lying and coming up with an excuse so that way Steph and Alex don't feel too bad about cutting the visit short. So Alex going inside the tour bus, and Steph saying "take care, y'all" to Rachel and Chloe, and Chloe putting up the horn saying "rock on, Steph." So that is it for Chloe and Rachel's cameo. So bye Chloe, bye Rachel. Thank you for the nice cameo at the beginning of the comic here. So now inside the tour bus, as Alex gets ready to drive, putting on her seatbelt, and Steph bringing in the folding chairs, says, "Hey Alex, what's wrong with you?" And then, also, a little thing to point out too is if you were able to see Alex's face when she's going into the tour bus, she's actually crying. Ooh, excuse me, crying there. So obviously Steph's sadness affecting Alex. So Alex says, "What's wrong with me?" And then Steph says, hey, I'm sorry. I thought we were having a good time, and suddenly you just up and left. It's not the first time I've noticed you do that, which is, it's okay. Just tell me what happened. And then Steph teasing here, was it the LA apartment? Are you jealous? And then Alex responds, they did seem really put together. I guess it's hard not to compare or worry about. And then Steph, cutting Alex off, says, "Alexandra Chen, you stop that right now. Sure, maybe we don't have it all figured out yet, but you are the greatest person I've ever known. My person, my stupid, magical," as Steph is poking Alex in the nose here. And I guess to cut Steph off, Alex just gives her a kiss to throw her off, I guess. Well, that's one way to distract from a conversation. And, well, Steph is obviously happy about that because she throws her arms up and says, "Hey, hey." So, somebody's really excited. And obviously, Alex is laughing over here. So, so as they're driving away, Steph says, Alex, baby, do you know what I think?" And then Alex says, "What?" And then Steph responds, "I think the world needs to know." And then Alex responding, "Oh God." as Steph makes her way to the little roof hatch here that she's clearly about to go through. Okay, so she sticks her upper body out the hatch on the roof, and Steph yells out, I love my stupid magical girlfriend. She's beautiful, kind, her jokes are bad, and she has superpowers. Hey, hey, hey. Don't be making fun of the Life is Strange jokes. It's fine. It's fine. Leave leave the leave the jokes alone. They feel bad enough already. Leave them alone. So Alex, laughing over here, says, "Okay, okay, point made. Can we?" And then Alex, obviously distracted by something on the road, says, Steph, what's that in the road?" And then Steph, coming down from the roof hatch there, uh, and we have a little girl barefoot in the middle of the road with a fuck ton of emotions coming off of her, because we see she has an emotional silhouette around her, but it has red, it has yellow, it has blue. So whoever she is feeling a lot of emotions at the same time. Weird. So in any case, Alex stops the bus, and both Alex and Steph come out of the bus to check on this little girl out in the middle of the road. So Alex, kneeling down, asks the girl, "Hey, are you okay?" And Alex continues to say, "What's your name?" "I'm Alex, and this is my girlfriend, Steph." So the little girl's not talking. Um, and then Steph notices and says, "Lily, it's Lily." And then Alex reacts, "Huh?" And then Steph continues, "School bag." Yeah, because it's written. It's written on the school bag, has a little name pouch on it that says Lily. So Alex continues, "Lily, what happened? Can you talk to us?" Well, clearly not, because she doesn't want to say anything for whatever reason. And then Steph, heading back to the bus, says, "We should call someone." And then Alex responds, "Steph, no, we don't know what she's run away from. If she's even, well, if she's running away, what she's running away from, yeah." So clearly a deeper story there. And then, well, Alex notices all the different emotions coming off of her, like I said before. And then now we cut to inside the bus. So now we got Lily just sitting on their little couch, I guess, that they have inside the bus, while Alex and Steph just stare at her. So in any case, Alex is going to read her emotions. Well, the fuck ton of emotions that's coming out of her. Also, Steph's little drum set in the background. That's nice. Okay, so Alex goes to read the emotions, which, yet again, happiness, anger, sadness, and fear. So the yellow, the red, the blue, and the purple. And then we see different things So with happiness, we got someone getting married. And then with anger, we have someone arguing with this lady. And then with sadness, we got this guy sad sitting on a bed. And then happiness, we got this person like really smiling at somebody. So also nice little visual of Alex kind of falling through all of these emotions that she's feeling at the same time here. And then on the other side, we have sadness of someone leaving somebody. And then we got another thing of happiness of somebody talking to this kid. And then we got fear of somebody pointing a knife at somebody. Well, that is definitely scary, having a weapon pointed at you. So, what is this all about? Shit, we shall see. Okay, so we have the night sky. And then meanwhile, I guess Alex passed out. Cause Steph's saying, oh, finally. So finally, Alex is waking up, I guess. Swag says, yeah, I couldn't tell at first because Steph and Max have similar features as at least based on these comics. Uh, I guess, but not for me. Like for me, it's very easy to figure out. Like one, Swag says Steph kind of looks like an older badass version of Max. Well, well, they're not similar for me because one thing that Claudia definitely emphasized for Max in the comic series in the Partners in Time comics was Max's freckles, because Max has freckles across her face, where the top of her nose is below her eyes. Max has a trail of freckles going across her face. So Claudia definitely like emphasized that part of like Max's facial features. So it's pretty easy for me to immediately know who's who, because it's like, okay, I see freckles, I know it's Max. That's pretty that's pretty much how it goes for me. Plus also Max has blue eyes and Steph does not have blue eyes. Like they both have like brown hair, but there's like other like facial features that definitely stick out for me between Steph and Max. Okay, so Alex getting up out of bed from being passed out from sensing all of those emotions at once. Alex says, Lily, where's Lily? And her glasses are not correctly on her face. And yet again, oh my god, the glasses moved. Like, Jesus Christ, the glasses finally moved. Those glasses were glued to like Alex's face throughout all of True fucking Colors. So to see the glasses move in any way is a fucking miracle. Uh, and then Alex, so Steph over here, points her thumb at Lily, just fucking around with Steph's drums here, banging on the cymbals and stuff with her fingers. And then Steph says, "So what did you feel?" And Alex says, "I don't know how to explain it. It's like she's living multiple lives at once. My heart has never felt so devastated. It's going to, I'm going to try it again. I know what to expect this time." Swag, Swag said, "Yeah, of course. If you look closer, you'll be able to tell the difference compared to looking at a glance." And then Swag telling Lily, "Get off Steph's drums, little girl." Hey, Steph isn't complaining about it as long as it keeps the girl entertained. So Steph says, "Alex, no, you look exhausted, and that park gig is tomorrow, remember? We can cancel it if you need." And then Alex responds, "No, no, I'll be fine. But what do we do about her?" I don't know. Lily looks kind of happy. She got a nice little smile on her face as she's playing around with the drums here. Okay, so now we cut to the next day at the park gig, at the park performance. So we see Lily behind the stage watching Alex and Steph perform here. And Lily is actually wearing Alex's jean jacket. So that's nice. Keep Lily warm. And they also got her. They got Lily some shoes and fucking socks. So that's good. At least Lily's not walking around the fucking roads all barefoot now. Now she got shoes on her feet. So that's nice. So Lily, noticing some flowers, picks some flowers and then starts dancing around to the music that Alex and Steph are performing here. So that's nice. And then now we cut to after the performance with everybody getting something to eat at a burger shop. So Steph or Alex says, "So Lily, what do you think?" And Lily still not talking, just eating the cheeseburger here. And Steph jokingly says, "Tough crowd." Oh my God, Steph is wearing her beanie. So Steph checking her phone and notices some good news. So Steph says, "Yo," very excitingly. Swag, Swag says, "So is the comic based on my playthrough of True Colors? Uh, what and what ending this comic follows? Because in the Partners in Time comic, it followed the Fuck Arcadia Bay ending." Which Swag says, "Love that term, by the way. It is now part of my lingo." That's well. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. But um, this comic follows obviously Steph and Alex getting together, and Steph and Alex leaving Haven Springs to pursue their music career. So they are pretty much traveling the country and doing different performances to try to get their name out there. So it pretty much is, it's following the same setup that we did at the end of True Colors. Steph very excitingly continues to read the message that she got, saying, after careful listening, we would like to invite to a meeting our head of relations on Wednesday. Thank you for the thumbs up, swag. And Alex responds, yes. Okay, so yay, they got a meeting with a talent agency, with talent relations. And then the shop employee says, I'm gonna have to ask y'all to leave. So apparently, Steph was getting a little too loud and got them thrown out of the burger shop. So that's funny. And then Steph, very enthusiastically, as they're leaving the burger shop, says, "Punk rock!" throwing up the horns. I do like how Alex has Lily on her shoulders, giving Lily a fucking piggyback ride. So that's sweet. Swag said that little girl eating the hell out of that burger. Yeah, Lily was definitely hungry. I also like Alex's sweater. Like her sweater has a cat playing a guitar on it. So that's pretty fun. So now back in the tour bus, Alex is putting Lily to sleep and says, "Good night, Lily." And we got a couple of cameos. Well, not cameos, but a little bit of some references in this panel. The big one is Lily holding Alex's little stuffed animal, Shoo Shoo. So we got Lily playing around with Shoo Shoo, and right next to Lily on the bed, we have a couple of Thanor comics. So Alex and Steph are still reading Ethan's self-made comic book about Thanor. So that's nice. Swag said kitty guitarist. I bet that's what the shirt is named. Probably. Probably. Does it even have a name on it? No, it does not. It's just a picture. And now, Steph and Alex are here singing a song, saying, "Oh, baby." And then Steph starts talking, saying, Kate used to love this song. I used to tease her about how cheesy it was. I was trying so hard to be edgy back then. Ha. Huh. She started using headphones after a while, even in her room. I felt kind of bad about that. And then Alex says, so some songs are cheesy. People should wear their likes cheesy songs badge with pride. And then Steph says, that's not the point, Alex. I should have been nicer to her. And then Alex responds, hey, you were just kidding around. And then Steph's starting to get mad. Steph angrily says, like those kids at the party were just kidding around. Like the guy who uploaded that video of Kate was just kidding around. Or like when Kate threw herself off a fucking building. Was it that kind of just joking, just kidding around? And then Alex responds, Steph, that's not as Lily is clearly being woken up by Steph being angry here. So Lily comes out from the bed area. Swag said, who is this little girl? Because she is so comfortable being touchy-feely with characters' personal shit. First, Steph's drums. Second, Alex's shoo. What relation does this little girl have? The little girl has no relation to them. It's a girl that they found just standing in the middle of the road. So they literally have no idea who the fuck this little girl is. And the only reason they know her name is because her name was written on the book bag that she was carrying. Okay, so Alex, Steph continues to say angrily, she's dead, Alex. I should have always been nice to her. And then, meanwhile, Alex, looks like she's taking, Steph's anger. Yeah, that's what it looks like is happening. That Alex is taking Steph's anger away. And then, Alex, noticing, Lily, behind them, says, Lily. And Alex taking her eye off the road because Alex, you're fucking driving. Keep your eyes on the road. And clearly they hit something because Alex wasn't paying attention to the damn road. And then next thing Alex knows, she's confused because she has dirt on her hands. Because Alex says, what? And then Alex standing by the door of the bus says, Steph, where did the mud? And then Steph, obviously confused, says, are you playing? We just buried the rabbit we hit. Okay, so there's the explanation on what exactly did they hit. Excuse me. And then Alex responds, rabbit? What? And then they notice, obviously, where they buried the rabbit, and they put some flowers on the rabbit's grave. And then now Lily starts talking. So Lily says, I killed the rabbit. I scared you, and then you hit it. You got upset. It's my fault. So it's my memory now. Swag says, as I thought respectfully, all strangers in all shapes, sizes, young or old, don't ever feel comfortable enough to be touchy-feely with my personal shit. Well, to be fair, the insinuation is that Steph let Lily like play around with the drums, and Alex was the one that gave Lily Shoo Shoo to help Lily fall asleep, pretty much. Like that is the insinuation for Lily touching those things. Now, more importantly, what does Lily mean by "it's my memory now"? And then Alex finally figuring out what's going on says, memories, of course. How didn't I see? And then Steph, shocked, says, "You can talk?" Which is the most important thing, apparently, out of this stuff. So Alex continues, Steph, she has powers. And yes, Lily also has superpowers. So she also has some supernatural abilities. So Lily says, "I'm not supposed to talk about them. I'm a freak." And then Lily continues, "But I think you might be a freak too." And then Alex grabbing Lily's hands, Alex says, oh, well, also kneeling down, Alex says, "I am." And then Lily says, "I can take people's memories away from them." And then Alex responds, "Can you return them?" And Lily says, "I can." And Alex asks, "Lily, can you give mine back to me, please?" And then Lily responds, "Okay." And then we get a nice little visual representation of Lily touching Alex's forehead and giving her back her memories of hitting the rabbit, and then Lily, Steph, and Alex burying the rabbit. So giving her back all of those memories. So nice representation there, because we see like a bunch of these panels here. So we got the dead rabbit here. We got Steph holding the dead rabbit. We got them burying it. And yeah, we got them buried, like putting it in the ground, like making a hole, and then putting the rabbit into the ground. Swag says, "Me and Steph, Alex are different people. It's fair if they allow their personal belongings to be handled by everyone. I don't rock like that, to each their own." Hey, that's fair. Like I said, if Steph and Alex are okay with it, it's like, hey, whatever. Swag says this is a cool visual. Yeah, to represent Lily's powers, I do like it. Another cool visual about it is, if you notice, the panel, the little memory fragments are represented by tree leaves. So they're supposed to look like leaves falling off a tree. Because you could kind of notice in red here there are some tree leaves that are falling, like out of that are falling down. So the little memory fragments are also supposed to be like tree leaves falling. Swag is like, she got powers? Yeah, the little girl has powers. The power to take people's memories away and also to give them back. Okay, so Alex getting her memories back is obviously, sad by killing the rabbit by accident. And then Alex says, what other memories have you taken? And then Lily obviously getting upset by Alex being a little aggressive there, grabbing Lily's arms. Lily says, don't get mad at me. And then Alex, realizing that she kind of freaking Lily out a little bit, Alex says, no, Lily, I'm not mad. I just want to... Yeah, and then you freaked out the kids. So now Lily runs out of the bus. And then kneels in front of the rabbit's grave that they made. And then Alex comes over with her jean jacket and puts the jean jacket around Lily, as Lily is crying a bunch here. Swag says this little girl ain't no accident. This is sketchy. It's highly suspicious of her. Their encounter seems convenient. Well, we'll see. Because this is still only the first... this is only the first issue. There's still 3 other issues to go. So there's still plenty of story left. Because right now we're just setting up everything. And then Steph also comes around from behind and puts Alex's headphones on Lily. And then Alex says, whenever you want to talk, I'm here, okay? One freak to another. And then Steph adds 2 freaks to another. Aww. Well, that's nice. Even though Steph doesn't have any powers, she's still counting herself as a freak to make Alex and Lily feel better. That's nice. Steph is a real one. Also, a nice little touch by Claudia here is Claudia remembered that Steph has a bird tattoo on her chest here, below her collarbone on her right side. So nice attention to detail that, Claudia remembers that Steph has a tattoo on her chest. Oh no, I know, Swag, you're fine. Because Swag says I never read these comics before. I'm completely blind. Oh no, that's fair. I'm sure there's plenty of people that also haven't like read these comics or even know about these comics like you, that are also like experiencing this for the first time. So it's completely fair. Put out your like what you think is gonna happen and this, that, and the third as we're going through it. By all means, go right ahead. Obviously, I'm not gonna answer it because I'm not gonna spoil anything. But feel free to put your stuff out there. And then while we're going through it, if you know any of your stuff turns out to be correct, then you could be like, hey, I called that. Swag says, now what does that tattoo symbolize is my question. Steph's bird tattoo? Maybe that she's a free spirit, probably. Uh, Swag says, interesting tattoo, Steph has decided. Well, Steph has had this tattoo since True Colors. Because Steph has always had that tattoo from the very beginning of True Colors. So she's had this tattoo for like a while. Swag says, I have theories about the symbolism. I'm sure you do, and I'm pretty sure a bunch of other people probably do. it's Life is Strange. I'm pretty sure theories are a big thing within the. I already know theories are a big thing in the Life is Strange community, so go right ahead and theorize away. Swag said, Steph has that tattoo after the storm. How convenient. Could it be related to the storm? Could it be related to Chloe or Rachel? Depending on what ending of the original game that we're going with, the bird tattoo could represent different things. So so Steph continues while Lily wipes the tears from her eyes. Steph says, we really just want to help you, Lily. Can you tell us about your memories? And then Lily says, they just wanted to forget. And then we get, oh, excuse me, this shot of the different people's memories that Lily has. So these are all of the different, some of all the different people that Lily has memories of that she took. Swag says, birds symbolize freedom. Is Steph free? And free from what exactly? I don't know. Maybe free from Arcadia Bay. Because remember what I said. Fuck Arcadia Bay. So that's probably what it is. Steph is free from Arcadia Bay. That's what it is. There you go. We solved the symbolism. That's what it is. Okay, so that was the end of issue 1. So that was the end of issue 1. And we have a variant cover from Zoe, made by Zoe Tharagood. So that's a pretty nice cover from of Alex from Zoe. So I really like I like Zoe's Zoe's interpretation of Alex here is pretty interesting. Also, Zoe actually remembered Alex's star tattoo that Alex has on her hand. So that's nice attention to detail on that one. But yeah, like I said, Zoe is more. Zoe Tharagood, along with being a writer, she is also a artist. So she's also a comic book artist as also being a comic book writer. So Zoe Tharagood does really good work. And she's doing a very good job of writing this comic book so far. So along with her artist chops, she also has some good writing chops too. So kudos to her. Swag says, "Oh my god, what the fuck is that art? It's fucking gorgeous. Look at that shit. Oh my lord." Well, glad you approve of Zoe's artistic skills. Oh, and then we cut to another. Swag said, "How does it look this good? Cinema." I know, we have some very talented artists. So now we got a different variant cover. This time of Alex and Steph. And this one was drawn by Alice Mei-Chi Lee. So Alice Mei-Chi Lee did this cover. Which also, this cover I really enjoy also. I really like this one. With Alex and Steph, and then the sadness represented by these flowers. Like, I really like these flower like vines or whatnot. Like, it's all blue and whatnot. Like, this looks really gorgeous. I really like this. Swag says the same thing. What the fuck is happening? Another gorgeous artwork. Yeah, I know. We got some really good, talented artists working on these different covers. So this is issue 2. So this is issue 2. Let's see, what's the time? Oh, we can do a couple of panels here. Okay, so let's continue on with chapter 2. So now Lily is gonna explain her powers and kind of how she got her powers, kind of. So Lily says, Mommy didn't know I would get the people's memories. So now we get a little flashback of Lily. Swag says, "Oh, oh no, Swag, you need, don't burn your food." Swag says, "I'm burning my fucking food, staring at these art. Don't let the artwork distract you from cooking. We don't want you burning your food. You have to eat." Okay, so Lily continues with her story. So we go into a flashback. So Lily continues to say, "I knew I was gonna cause this. I knew I was gonna, cause this one time I made my best friend Lewis forget that his doggy died." And Lily continues, He was so sad, I wanted to reach out and take it away. Okay, so she's kind of telling when she got her powers. So this is when her powers kind of activated and when she started uh noticing that she had some superpowers. Uh and then Lily reaches out her hand and Lily says, so I did. All right, so she reaches out to take away his sad memories about his dead dog. Hey, no problem, Blue, no problem. You have a great night too. And pleasant dreams to you, Blue. Have some very sweet dreams tonight. Also, ads are starting. Are gonna be starting in a couple of seconds. Hey, you're welcome, Blue. You're welcome. You're welcome, and uh thank you for being here. All right, come on, ads. Let's start so that way we could get the ad run over with. Blue said, of course, anytime. Well, thank you, thank you, thank you. Always appreciated. All right, so now ads start. So once ads are done, we'll continue reading. So ads are playing, while ads are playing, I am going to go get a refill on my drink. And I will be right back. Hopefully, ads will be done by the time I come back, or at the very least, close to being done. Be right back. Okay, so we got about 15 seconds left. So, word. All right. All right. So let's continue. All right. So Lily goes to take away her friend's sad memories. And then Lily continues to say, it felt like time had stopped. Everything was frozen. Okay, so nice visual representation of her of what she experiences when she's like activating her memory, her abilities, and she's going to take someone's memories. Now this I really love. So yet again, uh the memories being represented by like a tree, because this is pretty much like her friend here, like his memory tree, and all of his memories are like leaves coming off of the tree branches here. So Lily is like looking at all of the different like memory leaves, and then obviously she's going to find the ones that involve her friend's dog, so that way he could forget the dog and not be sad, because that's how she's gonna take away his sadness, is by taking away the memories. And then Lily continues, I didn't know the name of Lewis's dog before that, but then I knew her name was Mavis, and I remembered taking her to the beach, and that one time she ate Lewis's dad's sock. Which, now that Lily took those memories, now she also takes those feelings that those memories gave them. So now the sadness that her friend was feeling, now Lily has that sadness because she has those memories now. Which is why Lily all of a sudden starts crying now. So Lily says, I tried to not use my powers after that. And then Lily continues, but then a few months ago, mommy said that, and then Lily's mom says, maybe you have these powers for a reason. We could help people. Lily's mom continues, Claire from the little grocery store said she'd give anything to forget her ex-husband. Just got me thinking, you know? As Lily over here is eating cereal, and her mom is clearly gonna drink some coffee or hot chocolate because it's winter time and everyone's cold. So Lily's mom continues to say, I don't want you to do anything you're not comfortable with, but just, and Lily's mom continues to say, I love you. And then Lily, continuing her story, says, Mommy said we could help people. And Lily continues as she's crying here, says, but I helped too many people, and it's all in my head all the time, and I just want them out. I tried my best, but I just want them all to go away. Hey, Psych, how's it going? Psych said just relaxing and watching. No problem, Psych. Always a pleasure having you around. uh, okay, so Lily here. Okay, so as Alex giving Lily a hug, Alex says, "Okay, okay, we're going to get them out." Okay, Alex, what's the plan? How are you gonna get Lily to get those memories out? Okay, so Alex says, first, I need you to focus on one of the memories. Okay, so focus on just one of them. And then Lily says, which one? And then Steph responds and says, whichever is the most painful, we should get that out first, right? Well, that makes sense. Whichever memory is affecting you the most, let's focus on getting that one out. And then Alex, whispering to Steph, says, "What about the shows?" And then Steph, looking at her phone, says, "No shows for a few days. We follow wherever this memory takes us, and then we could try doing them." Um, and then Alex says, "What about the meeting with the label?" And Steph responds, "Not until next week." Okay, so we have some time to do this. And then Lily says, while still crying, says, "Am I being a problem?" And then both Steph and Alex shout, "No." And then Alex adds, "Absolutely not." Also, we also have the lesbian flag behind them, so that's definitely something. uh, so Steph and Alex just looking at each other, and then we get back to Lily describing the most painful memory that she has, because that's the one they said to focus on. So Lily says, "My name is Connor. I'm 21 years old." And Lily continues, "I live by myself in Cincinnati." Okay, so we're gonna go to Cincinnati, Ohio. So Alex, reaching out her hand, goes into the feelings that Lily is feeling while remembering this memory. Okay, so we have this representation of this memory. So we have a bunch of mirrors, and written on the mirrors says, "When am I good enough? I be good enough. Will be deserving of your love." And then we have a bunch of little messages here on the bottom that says, "I love you so much, Carter. Oh my God." And then one says, "Good night." And then Lily says, "I can't stop thinking about a girl. Her name is Emily." And then continuing some of the messages here says, "Of course you are special to me." And then other over here says, "I'm sorry I didn't reply for 2 weeks. I was so busy. It's not you, I promise." And then another message is saying, "Morning." And then meanwhile, Alex responding to what she's seeing here, says, "What?" Oh, and then, okay, that's a kind of a broken, messed up image there. So Lily says, when I took his memory, I started looking like this. I really don't like it. Oh, okay, so that's supposed to be what Lily looks like? Oh, well, Lily, you look fucked up in this memory. No wonder you wanna... no wonder you wanna get rid of this shit. So Alex, says, Lily, you are doing so well, but we need to find where Connor lives. Do you remember anything that might help us pinpoint his address? And then obviously the scenery changing with the memory. Lily says, when Emily would leave, he'd think about jumping. He wanted to punish her, but then he wondered if she'd even care. What, to punish her by committing suicide? Jesus Christ, bro. Boy, this guy was really simping to the nth degree. So going outside looking over the railing, Lily says he'd look down and see the comic store. He really liked comics. Hey, so do I, Lily. That's exactly what we're reading right now. You're in a comic, man. So Lily continues, sometimes they'd have a poster in the window of a series he liked. He would only have to wait a month for the next bit. Okay, so he was reading a monthly comic series. Okay. And Lily continues, he thought maybe that was reason enough to keep going. The characters in the stories would never leave him. Okay, well, that's one way of coping with your situation there, I guess, Connor. And Lily continues to say, but all I can think about is Emily. She told me she liked me. Why does she keep leaving me? Emily is a stupid liar. And then Alex says, okay, let's get out of here. Okay, so now they leave the memory as Lily is obviously like continuing to cry. And then Steph obviously asks, what happened? And then Alex responds, creepy kid, comics, Cincinnati, he's across the street. Okay, well, that's short, sweet, and to the point, Alex. And then Lily over here, starting to freak out, says, I can't breathe. I can't. And then Alex, Steph says, panicking, Alex, she's having a panic attack. And Steph says, Alex, take it. And then Alex says, but I thought you. And then Steph, obviously angry and in a panic, says, just take it. And then Alex taking Lily's feelings away to calm her down, to take away the panic attack. And then obviously, meanwhile, Alex taking those feelings has to take a minute to have those feelings pass. Which is why Alex goes to the to the bed area. And then now here we are the next morning, as Alex is sitting outside, chilling outside outside the bus, while Steph comes out of the bus and says, sorry, she was getting really into Dungeon Wizards. Wouldn't let me leave until we got to a boring part. That's funny. So Steph sitting down next to Alex as Alex is writing down in her, I guess, in a notebook. So Steph continues, the problem of being Dungeon Wizards is the real quintessential high fantasy novel series. I ended up having to improv a chapter where Styx has to file his mana taxes. Worked like a charm. Oh, that's funny. She had to make up some bullshit to get Lily to leave her alone for a little bit. To make up a boring part to get away. That's funny. So Steph continues, should get there tomorrow evening though. I'm not sure I'm ready for this. What are you scribing, Bard? Oh, that's funny. And Alex responds, a song. I'm not sure if I felt inspired or if I just needed a place to channel what I felt earlier. And Steph over here with her face in her hands staring at Alex. And Alex, I guess, figuring out what Steph is meaning by doing this. Alex says, nope. Up. Oh, well, clearly she wants to see what the song is, and Alex is like, nope. Alex says, it's not done. It's not done. So no seeing until the song is done. And Steph, trying to grab the notebook, says, let me bask in your genius. Oh yeah, basking is really what you want to do. Okay, so you sneak a kiss. So that's one way of distracting. Hey, now you can swipe the book and read it. No, clearly she's not going to do that. So Steph says, fine, keep your secrets, Chen. Keep your secrets. Okay, so now we cut to the comic book store that Lily was describing from the memory, which is permanently closed. And then Steph says, man, I got way too excited about this. That's an understatement. And then Alex, turning around to the apartment building, pointing and says, I'm guessing Connor is in one of those two at the end. Okay, so now getting to where they think the apartment is, Steph says, nah, calling it now, 703. And then Alex says, it's 704, while knocking on room 704, on apartment 704, I mean. Alex says, Connor? And the old guy answering the door says, next door. Hey, so Steph was right. It was 703. And then Steph, doing a little teasing and gloating, bowing, says, you may have superpowers, Miss Chen, but I am in possession of dumb luck. Okay, so this girl answers the door. Um, so I guess Steph says, "Hi, is Connor in?" And then the girl says, "He's at work. I'm his girlfriend. Can I take a message?" Oh, I really love this funny ass joke here. This funny joke here. And then Alex says, "We have something to return. Personally." I love this joke because you see the girlfriend is looking down at Lily, who Lily is grabbing, keeping a hold of Steph's hand here. And then Alex immediately notices and responds, "Not that." Because clearly the girlfriend is thinking that Lily is like Connor's like illegitimate daughter or something that she never knew of. But it's like, no, no. Alex is like, it's not that. It's not that. That's not what it is. So I love that joke. That is a pretty funny joke. I like it. uh okay, so now they're in the apartment. And the girlfriend says, "Of course I remember Emily." Okay, so the girlfriend and Alex are talking, while Steph and Lily are paying attention to Connor's. Well, not Connor's. I think it's the girls, the girlfriends. They're little statues that she's clearly painting. Like she's painting up some little statues, game board statues here. So that's pretty cool. Okay, so the girlfriend says she damn near killed him. Obviously, she's very angry. Um, so Alex asks, "Can you tell me what happened?" Okay, so we have some pictures here of Connor and his girlfriend here, and maybe of Emily. We're not really shown what this Emily girl looks like, but then again, it's not super important to the main story. But but in any case, the girlfriend continues to say, "Me and Con, as in Connor, have been friends since we were kids. A few years back, he was really struggling, just adult life in general. I guess he fell hard for this girl he met online." Oh shit. One of those situations. The girlfriend continues, "I don't know what her intentions were, but man, did she make him feel small." Oh boy. Connor got trapped in one of those online situations. Oh, that's not great. So the girlfriend continues, "Listen, you don't understand how bad it was. I don't know what this is, but you can't take Connor back there. Not now. Not after everything that's happened." And conveniently, Connor comes walking in and says, "Take me back where?" Okay, so now Alex just clearly explained everything to Connor now. Because Connor says, "So I visited a magical child to delete memories of a girl I don't remember ever existing." Yes. What part of deleting memories do you not understand? Of course, you don't remember a girl ever existing because Lily took away your memories of this girl. What part of that does not compute? So Alex says, Yes, and those memories aren't gone. They live in Lily the same way you felt them. So you need to take them back. And Lily just says, it makes my face look funny. Oh, that's a nice, sweet way of saying it. And then Connor says, it's Bull, right, Cherry? Your girlfriend's name is Cherry? Okay. Uh, so Cherry says, I thought you had just gotten over her. One day you just stopped talking about her. I was so happy. We all were. We finally had our Khan back. Uh, she consumed your life. You became a husk. It was a good day if she responded to you, and hell if she didn't. So Cherry, crying over here, continues. When you remember her, please don't leave me. Well, that's uh, sweet and sad at the same time. So in any case, Connor gives Cherry a hug, and then Connor says, "Okay, okay, let's do this." Um, and then Alex says, "We should go somewhere else. I don't suppose you have the keys to the comics store." Well, conveniently, he does. Um, because we cut to inside of the closed comic shop. So Alex says, "I didn't know you could pick locks." Okay, so Steph was the one that broke into the comic store. Okay, so Alex says, I mean, Steph says as a funny, a flirty joke, you couldn't tell by my magic fingers. Okay, Steph, sweetie, there's enough sexual fantasies throughout this series being laid out from various characters, from what Max says, from what Chloe says, from what Rachel says. And then we get some stuff that Alex says, and then now we have Steph's thirsty ass with some uh with some sex jokes here. My magic fingers. All right, Steph, I see what you're doing here. So in any case, Connor says, this is the one I was talking about, Cher, with the elf girl that looks like you. What's the name of it? Elf Against the Realm. Okay, that's a pretty simple title. Anyway, so as they're looking through the comic, Connor says they canceled it just as it was picking up. I can't remember if I really even liked it or I just like seeing you gutting ogres. That's funny. And then Cherry says, damn, Elf Cherry is cool. Okay, so they continue to look through the comic. And then Cherry asks, ready? And then Connor, having Lily give him back his memories. And then we get a nice little visual representation of the memories being given back. Okay, so I assume this is supposed to be the Emily girl that they're talking about. Can we even see some of the text messages? Oh, we can see one of them. No, we can see like two of them. So it says, but it can't be tonight. It says, Connor, you know, I think we're soulmates. Oh, okay. So it's some of the manipulative texts that Emily was sending to Connor. Okay, so Lily gives him back, and then Lily runs off to look at her reflection in the mirror, and she sees herself normal. And Lily says, my face doesn't look funny anymore. Okay, so that cleared that up. And then Lily giving Connor a hug, a happy hug. And then Cherry asks, so how do you feel? And Connor, reaching out his hand to Cherry, says, come here. And then we get a nice little hug of Connor, Lily, and Cherry here. And then meanwhile, Steph and Alex looking at each other while blushing here. And then Connor says, I don't think it was ever about her. It was about me. It was all insecurity. She never made me happy, Cherry. She activated some part of me that felt I had to prove I was worthy of love. I don't think I knew it at the time, too. I couldn't. And Connor continues, my dad left when I was 7. Who'd have guessed, right? And then Lily chimes in and says, my dad did that too. Well, my mom left my dad, but we moved out. I don't really remember him. And then Alex adds, we should make a club. A club of what? Fucked up dads? Because that's pretty much what you all have in common, Alex, here, between you, Connor, and Lily. You all have in common fucked up dads. And then Lily, yawning, says, can we go now? And then Steph says, yep, we should be leaving the scene of the crime. Memories to return. Shows to play, and one of us is very deserving of ice cream. Oh, that's one way of bribing the kids, Steph. And then everyone's saying their goodbyes. And obviously Lily over here thinking of ice cream, because she has a nice little ice cream thought bubble here, which is hilarious. So everybody leaves, and Connor and Cherry are continuing to read through the comic together. So that's nice. So as Lily is over here eating the ice cream at the picnic table, Alex writing down in the notebook, Alex says, and that's the last one. And then Alex continues, you did so good. And then Lily says, the photo had more chocolate on it. Well, that is very true, Lily. You learn very quickly that when you order food, the food never looks as good, really, in real life than it does in like photos and in commercials, okay? You learn that very quickly. So get used to it, kid. Steph says, you did pretty amazing too, girl. You look exhausted. And Alex says, I just need a shower. Okay, a shower from where? Because does your tour bus have a shower in it? Just asking. And then Lily, getting up from the picnic table, says, I want to find my dad. Okay, that's one way. That's one way of moving, of making a plot. So Alex says, "Do you know where he lives?" And Lily, while petting the little dinosaur statue there, says, "He went and moved to the other side of town, that ridiculous white house on the private lake." Huh. And then Alex says, "Well, we can add it to the list." Oh, so now we know what list Alex was making in the notebook. So Alex over here sleeping, and Lily asking Steph here says, "Do you think Alex is weird for having powers?" And then Steph responds, "There's no hiding from her, that's for sure. Though I don't think weird is the right word. She just experiences things differently to normal people." And Steph continues, "No, not normal people. I mean other people. Do you think you're weird for having powers?" And Lily responds, "Yes." um, and Lily continues, "Did she change your feelings before? I didn't like it." And then Steph says, "Only because she had to. She wouldn't do it. Uh, she won't do it ever again, I promise." And then Lily says, "But she does it to you." And then Steph responds, "What do you mean?" And Lily says, "You were upset about a dead girl, and then you weren't." Okay, well, that's true. And the dead girl is called Kate, by the way. So Alex getting up from sleeping, and also Alex doesn't have her glasses on, so we get to see Alex without glasses, so that's interesting. So Alex getting up, putting her glasses on, getting up out of bed. Alex asks Steph, which she is clearly not in the bus. So Alex, walking out of the bus, says, "Steph, Lily," and then just walking through the woods. Obviously, Alex hears somebody in the woods, and it's Lily and Steph by the campfire that they made, with Steph crying here and also angry. So Steph says, "I feel angry at her. Angry that I felt so much guilt for what she did. Then I feel angry at myself for being angry at my dead friend." So Alex uh, just watching what's happening, and then Steph is over here laughing, and well, laughing and crying here, and then Steph says she'd probably have a Bible quote for that. She was very into that forgiveness shit. Sorry, stuff. And then Steph continues, "Though that reminds me of the one time my friend Chloe and her had a fight. It started as a joke, as most things did with Chloe." And then we have Steph's feelings of sadness with the blue here transitioning into feelings of joy with the yellow here. Alright, so now we're going to get a Kate cameo. So there's Kate with Steph and Mikey. So we get a Mikey cameo in this flashback. And also Chloe, obviously. So Steph continues to say, we found out that Kate's folks didn't believe in dinosaurs. So Chloe started leaving those little plastic dinosaurs you get from gas stations everywhere. So Steph continues, like Kate would open her textbook and a plastic Dilophosaurus would fall out. She found it funny at first, but I didn't need Alex's power to see that building rage. Also, how are you gonna hide a plastic dinosaur inside a book? It would be very easy to notice that something is in the book because the book isn't gonna close flat if you put a plastic dinosaur inside it. So it's not really something that's not gonna be extremely noticeable. Just saying. So Steph continues. By the end of the month, Kate had like 30 plastic dinosaurs. And during home ec, she put them all in Chloe's blender. So Kate giving Chloe a little taste of her own medicine with practical jokes here. And Steph continues, the whole thing exploded and Chloe got covered in a concoction of paste and limbless plastic dinosaurs. That's actually funny. You got Kate laughing in the background, and then you got Chloe kind of dumbfounded with all of the blended up gunk all over herself. So that's kind of funny. And then meanwhile, Lily and Steph notice Alex there because Alex is laughing at what she's hearing. And then Alex coming out from the trees says, I didn't know that one. And then Steph, still a little sad, clears up and then says to Alex with a smile, I got so many more. Alright, so Alex cuddling up with Lily over here in a blanket as Steph tells them different, presumably telling them different stories of different Kate stories. So as Steph was telling them different stories, Alex and Lily fall asleep. Also, another shot of Alex without her glasses. Because we have Alex's glasses folded up on the floor next to her. So that's nice. So Steph sitting on the log, looking at Alex. And then that's the end of chapter 2, I guess. Ooh, and then we get this nice variant cover done by Zoe Thorogood again. and this one is of Kate. So we have a nice little cover of Kate here, which is also kind of sad because Kate is, well, she has her eyes closed and she's holding the cross necklace in her hand, and then you have a bunch of flowers, like different colored flowers, surrounding her. So the implication here is obviously from what we've heard of Kate within this story, clearly Kate died, which makes sense because if we're continuing, if this is the timeline from the Rachel timeline from the Partners in Time comics, right? Then Chloe and Rachel left Arcadia Bay by the end of Before the Storm, which is why Rachel is still alive. So Rachel and Chloe are not in Arcadia Bay by the time the events of the original Life is Strange happen. So since they're not there, and also from what the comics said at the beginning when they were establishing what choices and what timeline we're gonna be following for this story, they also said that Max never came back to Arcadia Bay. So Max never came back. So since Max didn't come back to Arcadia Bay, Kate obviously would have no one around to give her like any hope or to like show that they give a shit about her. And most importantly, not have someone there to talk her off the roof. So since Max isn't there, none of that happens. So that means Kate is guaranteed to jump off the roof. So this is obviously insinuating that this is probably Kate's casket. So this is probably what her body would look like inside her coffin. So there's that. So that's kind of, it's a really beautiful cover, but it also hides like, you know, like sad implications behind it. And then we have another variant cover here by, let me see if I can pronounce this name, Luana Vecchio. I think that's how you pronounce it. But this cover is nice enough. We got Alex sitting on the floor with Lily here, where her head laying on Alex's leg here. Seems like Lily is kind of curled up taking a nap. And then we have a bunch of like butterflies and like plants, well, flowers and stuff like surrounding them. So pretty nice cover. I like this cover. What's also good about this about these covers so far that we've been seeing is they have a lot of colors, a lot of use of color. which makes sense because if the comic series is following up True Colors, then to fit the theme, you would have different colors around. Like, make use of the different colors, so that's sweet. Alright, so now we begin chapter 3. And we are, well, chapter 3, issue 3. And now we're in West Virginia. Because the sign says, welcome to West Virginia. So Alex says on stage here, and be sure to check out our socials for more dates and announcements. And Lily giving back giving back more memories. So Alex, a nice shot of Alex over here. And then now they're in Kentucky. And Steph is over here driving this time. And meanwhile, Alex is scratching off the names of all the different people that they need to have Lily give back the memories to. So another performance, and Alex says, our socials and more dates and announcements. And now we're in montaging still through to Indiana. And Lily giving more memories back. And Alex scratching off another name off of the list. While also humming some songs. So humming a song. And then another performance, and Alex says, for more dates and announcements. Yay. And crossing off another name off the list. And then Lily says, I think he'd probably have dark hair because I have dark hair and my mom. And then this time Alex was driving again. So now we montage through and we're in Michigan now. So welcome to Michigan. And then Alex says again, dates and announcements. And continues to say, thank you all for, as Steph obviously getting kind of impatient, gets up from her drums and walks off. Which Alex also notices. And finishes saying, coming. I also like how Alex is wearing like the kitty shirt. So we got like a bunch of cat heads all over the shirt she's wearing. So that's nice. And then meanwhile, Lily is in the dressing room. And Lily says, and I'm really good at art and math. I'm actually the smartest kid in my class. So she's practicing how to introduce herself to her father when she meets him. Because she's trying to act out what it's going to be like to meet him. And then Lily continues, oh, wow, Lily, that's amazing. You must get your math skills from me. And then Steph angrily bursts through the door, says 4 people showed up, Alex. 4. Okay, so she's clearly mad at how many people turned up for this performance. Hey, it's all right, Steph. It's okay. Everyone has to start somewhere. Don't worry about it. And Steph continues to yell, we are good fucking musicians and nobody fucking cares. Oh, and then obviously Steph finally noticing that Lily is getting upset here. finally calms down and stops yelling. So as I said, Steph finally catches herself, and Lily says, "When are we going to find my dad?" And then Alex, kneeling down, responds and says, "Soon. We have our meeting tomorrow, and there's the final memory on the way. So, do you think you can be super strong and handle it?" I'm sure she'll be fine, Alex. Uh, uh, so Lily pretty much like nods while she's twiddling her fingers there, and then Steph says, "Alex," and Alex turns to Steph and says, "You're right. We are good musicians, but right now I think it's more important that we be good people." Well, that is a strong point, Alex, especially with trying to help Lily out here. With that being said, it's time for another ad break. So, coming up in a couple of seconds. So, if anyone needs to, take this opportunity to get yourself, I don't know, a refill of drinks, a drink. Maybe if you need to use the bathroom or whatnot, go get yourself some snacks or something. And then we will continue with the read after after the ads are done. Mm-mm-mm-mm. What do we got? About 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Oh my goodness. Mm, mm, what do we got? About a minute and 25 seconds. Interesting. We got about 30 seconds left. Okay, here we go. All right. let's continue. All right. All right, so Alex driving as they continue. Ooh, excuse me, and you got Lily over here reading a book. Oh, also we got the dancing sunflower, the little dancing sunflower toy that Steph had in the DJ in her DJ booth in Haven. So that's a nice little site reference there. The, oh, okay. That's supposed to be her song, I guess. Saying weight of the worlds on your small shoulders. Duty to fix what you never broke, didn't break. Covering up crimes of people who cared less. So Alex kind of going over the lyrics of the song that she's writing in her head. So Steph says, I have a good feeling about this meeting. Hopefully it goes well. So Steph continues, I think if we could get one person to believe in us, they could, like, open the door for us, you know? And then Steph, turning back to talk to Lily, says, Hey Lily, I'm really sorry for yelling earlier. And Lily responds, It's okay. And then Steph says, No, it's not okay. I shouldn't have done that. And then Lily, turning to Steph, says, Yeah. and then Steph says, turns back and says to Alex, thanks for not, you know. And Alex responds, yeah, I have a good feeling about this meeting too. And Lily, getting up, says to Steph, are you going to be famous? And then Steph responds, maybe. And Lily says, okay, I think I want to be friends again. Oh, that's what's gonna do it, Lily. Because they might be famous, now you want to be friends with them again? Oh, I see how it is. I see how it is, Lily. That's fucked up. And then Steph, grabbing Lily, putting her arm around Lily's neck and ruffling her hair, says, come here, little clout goblin. Now, that's one way of saying it. And then now we cut to them outside of the records, the record company where they're gonna be having a meeting. And the name of the company is Rhythmic Vibes, the sound of tomorrow. Sounds lovely. So Lily says, can I wait in the bus? Okay, so Lily apparently does not have a good feeling about this. Especially if she wants to just wait in the bus. So the receptionist says, how can I help you, girlies? And then Alex responds, we have a meeting. It's Chen, Alex Chen, as the receptionist is typing away. With a little sign next to her computer that says positive vibes. And then we have a bunch of stuff written on the walls and signs pinned to the walls. So one side says, boss your day, I guess. And then we have the writing of above the doorway says, believe in your energy. And then we have right next to the doorway, don't forget to smile. Boy, they're really laying on thick the extreme positivity, I guess. And then Steph says, it might be under my name, Gingrich. Uh, Gin like the drink. Gritch like the Christmas green guy without the N. Oh, that's funny. Okay. So the receptionist still typing away. And then we have a nice little shot of Lily in the background poking the little hula dancer uh, toy there. So that's funny. And then the receptionist pointing says, okay, upstairs, room 101 with Gina. Don't be nervous. She's lovely. Okay, bye now. Smile. Yay, smile. So as they're all in the elevator, like even the elevator says, has a saying on it that says, the only way is up. As Steph and Alex wrap their pinkies together. I guess that's their version of holding hands. Hey, just hold hands. Like what? What's with the wrapping of the pinkies? Like if you're gonna hold hands, just hold hands. What y'all being shy about now? Like y'all already like kissed each other like twice already. Like just hold hands at this point. All right, so everyone's so Alex and Steph sitting in the waiting area. And then we have another writing on the wall that says, smile, you're special. Which apparently Lily is over here staring at. And Lily's kind of like, really? And then meanwhile, Alex picking up on what Lily is feeling says, I know, right? Yes, I know. Very pretentious with all of this wannabe positive writing everywhere. Kind of laying it on a little too thick, don't you think, people? So Lily says, this place is weird. Well, that is definitely an understatement. Okay, now, so apparently this is Jenna, uh, which she also confirms and says, hi, it's Jenna. Sorry I'm late. Some bum left their bus in my parking spot. Funny story, Jenna. You're actually talking to the bum that left the bus in the parking spot. Except she doesn't know about that, so we keep that to ourselves. Mum's the word, people. So Steph says, Steph, this is Alex. As they shake hands, introducing. And Lily says, your house is weird. So Jenna responds, oh, cute kid. You guys can hang out here while the grown-ups talk biz, okay? As Jenna kind of pushes her son, I guess, to keep Lily occupied, I guess. In any case, so Jenna says, come in. As Alex and Steph go to join Jenna in the room. So Lily saying to Jenna's, presumably Jenna's kid, your mom's house is weird. Well, technically, this is not supposed to be her house, Lily. This is actually her job, but okay. So anyway, inside the room, inside Jenna's office here. Jenna says, so just a quick rundown on us. We started in 2020. We're trying to bridge the gap between traditional media and new media, and the new traditional media and the new social media age. Okay. If you agree to our terms, we'd love to offer you a year contract. We'll publish your music and get it everywhere. We can use our algorithms. How are you girls with social media? Not great. Yeah, exactly. Alex and Steph just look at each other and kind of go, And then Jenna says, right, that's what I thought. We can help with that. So Jenna continues. So there's one teeny tiny caveat to all of this. Okay, we love the queer queens thing we have going on. So modern and socially relevant. Love that. Oh, this tone is not going well at all right now. So Jenna continues. Also, Alex, loving the K-pop angle, but we have a concept to run by you. Oh boy, here we go. Just like all the other record label things, we have to go and try to change shit that doesn't need to be changing. Plus, Jenna, I take offense at the insinuation that Alex and Steph are only doing the lesbian thing because it's so modern and socially relevant, as you say. Very poor choice of words and very fucked up insinuations that you're giving there, Jenna. Which, obviously, Steph and Alex looking at each other, clearly uncomfortable and not feeling what Jenna is saying here. So Jenna continues, Steph, we love your look, slightly butch, but not so much that it's alienating. Fantastic. Alex, we love your voice and your writing. All wonderful. We just feel like having a stronger front man image is what is going to sell to the online generation. So we created this. Oh dear Lord, I can imagine what you created. It's probably a monstrosity of bullshit. And verdict is... Oh dear Lord, is that supposed to be Alex? Jesus fucking Christ, that looks horrible. So Jenna says, so we'll record you as usual, and in post we'll use our state-of-the-art technology to replace your image with Alex numero dos. Oh my god, and then she adds the faux fucking Spanish dialogue here. Jesus Christ. Oh Lord. Yet again, Alex looks fucking horrible there. So we take away her glasses. We kind of dress her up in I guess I would say provocative attire, just to be nice. And we dye her hair blonde. So we have her grow out her hair and dye it blonde. Jesus Christ, that looks bad. That looks bad, that looks bad, that looks bad. And then Jenna continues. Also, we feed her 10 of your songs, and wow, you should hear the stuff she's spitting back at us. Her lyricism has some beautiful existentialism to it, you know. Okay, so if you're just gonna turn Alex into an AI singing doll, what the fuck is the point of even having Alex and Steph there to begin with? If you're gonna just turn her into an AI fucking soulless song spewing machine at that point. So Jenna continues, we've already run some tests and we're anticipating millions of views on your first posts, especially if we run some slightly suggestive lesbianisms in the thumbnails. Obviously, if you still want to tour, we'll need to. And then obviously, I'm pretty sure Steph is about to cut her the fuck off, because clearly Steph is really fucking mad. If her face doesn't say that she's mad, the red aura around her is definitely screaming, I am fucking pissed. And meanwhile, Alex over here is clearly very uncomfortable. Like I would say, Alex, they turned you into a fucking soulless AI conjured bullshit. Of course I'd be fucking uncomfortable. And obviously Steph is just flat out fucking mad. And then Steph says, what the fuck is wrong with you? A lot is wrong with her, Steph. So Steph getting up continues very angrily, says, you have no idea, do you? You soulless bitch, you have no fucking idea. And then Jenna responds, I think I have the idea that you only amass several hundred views per video. You don't even know which hashtags. And then Steph is obviously gonna interrupt her. Which is also, I do like the attention to detail here for the visuals of Alex noticing how upset Steph is, and Alex is about to get up from her chair, but you see Steph's arm and hand is kind of gesturing to Alex like no, you could stay sitting, like I got this type of thing. So that's pretty nice visual storytelling there. And Steph says hashtag these nuts while giving Jenna the double bird, which I think is probably the nicest thing Steph could say and do in this situation. Because I probably would have been a lot less kinder in this situation, given all of the bullshit that Jenna is saying and showing. And obviously, Alex is over here laughing at the whole hashtag these nuts line. And meanwhile, we cut to outside with Lily and the boy here. So Lily says, my dad is an astronaut and a train driver. And then Lily gets cut off by Alex and Steph running out of the room, and Jenna over here screaming, security assistance needed on floor. And then Steph shouting to Lily, 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 come on, as they're running, which is funny because Alex and Steph are all laughing here while they're holding hands running out of the room. Can we make out what any of that says on the wall? So one of the things clearly says anything is possible. And one of the things is kind of cut off by Steph's speech bubble. But anywho, Lily activating her powers uh, clearly takes away Jenna's memories of Steph and Alex here. Because Jenna says on the floor, what? Because clearly she forgot. And Lily grabbing Alex's hand, and all three of them leave. And now we're back in the bus. And then this time, Steph is the one driving. So, Steph axes Alex, be honest with me. Was that cool or cringe? And then Alex responding. On a scale of cool to cringe, it was probably, yeah, okay, it was pretty cringe. And then Steph kind of face planting into the steering wheel says, "Aw man, I knew it. Hashtag these nuts. God." And then Alex says, "But it was pretty funny." And then Steph responds, "Well, consider my role as jester fulfilled." And then Lily says, "I think that boy had a crush on me." And then Alex responds, "I'm sure he did. Did you like him?" What, in like the 5-10 minutes or something that they were sitting outside waiting for you guys to finish? And then Lily says, "I like Lewis, but he hasn't asked me to prom yet, so I'm not talking to him right now." It's kind of hard to talk to him, Lily, if you don't have a phone. If you don't have a cell phone. Do you have a cell phone to respond to, like, talk to him or something? Because and remember, you are, like, currently running away. So I don't know how you're going to, like, talk to him. So in any case, Alex says, he's probably just shy. You should give him a nudge. And then Lily says, "But he's the boy. But prom isn't for another few months, so maybe he's just waiting and stuff." Yeah, I'm sure that's it. It probably has nothing to do with you being being a runaway and not having a cell phone to even like talk to him about this. Anywho, Lily says, "You really embarrassed that lady." And Steph responds, "She deserved it." I could not agree with you more, Steph. That bitch deserved that and a lot more with the bullshit she was talking about and the bullshit she was doing. Fucking AI bullshit. Fucking having AI shit trying to replace Alex and you. Fuck that shit. Lily says, "Yeah, her house was so weird." All right, Lily, it's not a house, but whatever. So Steph says, "Alex, are you awake?" And Alex responds, "Yeah, you okay?" And then as they're, I guess, cuddling in the bed here, Steph says, "I'm sorry about what happened today." And then Alex says, "Trust me, I'm almost relieved. Also, Alex does not have her glasses on again. Well, we're certainly getting a lot of shots of Alex with no glasses. You know, besides the awful AI Alex that they showed. Um, and Alex continues, maybe I'm just convincing myself I'm relieved, but honestly, I'm happy. I know you want more out of this, but. And then Steph cuts Alex off and says, I don't know if I do. I feel like I messed up last time I tried the band thing. Not that I'm regretting anything, obviously, but I just want you to feel like we're doing something incredible together. And then Alex says, we are doing something incredible together. We've barely started. If it were that easy, everyone would be doing it. Let's try and enjoy the journey and not give ourselves a time limit, okay? Now go to sleep, Rockstar. We have a final memory to restore tomorrow. And Steph says, I'm beyond excited to not have to explain our magic kid to anyone ever again. Well, that's true. As has her hand on Steph's face here. And now it's the next morning, so the sun's rising. And Lily, waking Steph and Alex up, says, come on, very excitingly. And they go to the house of the final person to give the memories back. And Steph says, Magic Kid, you know, giving them a Cliff Notes version of what's going on. Lily gives back the old man's memories. And they cross the last name off the list. And Lily rips the page out and, like, eats it like a fucking dog eating homework, apparently. I guess that's one way of expressing how happy you are to get all of those memories out of your head. Uh, so Alex says while laughing, hey, don't do that. And then now, as they're filling up gas in the bus, for the bus, Lily says, Alex, I still feel like there's something left. Um, and Alex responds, it might just be residual, you know, like After Effects. Um, and then Alex continues to say, sometimes when I use my powers, it takes a while for the feelings to completely vanish. Anyway, she's filled up. You ready? And then Lily responds, yes. And then okay, so we cut, and Alex has the little cat playing the guitar sweater on again. So that's nice. Um, so Alex says, "You sure this is it?" So what are they? What are they staring at? Oh, it's this house. Okay, so clearly we're going to where they think Lily's dad is. So so Lily says as she's running up to the house, that ridiculous white house on the private lake. No other homes in town look like this. Well, that's one way. And then we got a nice little full page of the scenery with the house and everything around it. Nice little swing set and little pool out in the front yard. So Lily rings the bell, and presumably her dad opens the door. And to which Lily responds, hi, I'm Lily, and I'm really good at math, and I'm your daughter. Okay, what an introduction already. Okay, so now we cut to inside as everybody's sitting down, talking here. And Alex says, thanks. And then Lily looking at pictures on the wall. So clearly, her dad remarried and had another kid. So clearly, Lily, you have a half brother, half sister. Might be a half sister, but then again, it's not like the haircut like properly like says if it's supposed to be a boy or a girl, but doesn't really matter in the long run. And obviously, Lily is a little upset from that. Swag said, "Oh, she's blushing. The little girl is so excited." Well, to meet her dad, but clearly things are kind of not looking too great. Because that is clearly not a happy expression right now. Because I do get, Swag said, spoke too fucking soon. Yeah, I know, with the face that Lily is having. Because she's looking at the photos, and clearly her dad, like, has started a whole new family. So Lily is kind of a little upset that, like, it doesn't seem like her dad really gave a shit about Lily or her mom. So that's kind of understandable that she would kind of be upset. Um okay, so Lily's dad says, I must be blunt. If you ladies are trying to use my accident to extort me, I really must warn you now that I'm protected. If this is my child, who is her mother? And Lily responds, her name is Kelly. You met her at college in Chicago. Okay, nice. And then Lily's dad responds, even with my memory loss, I think I would have remembered. And Alex chimes in, memory loss? And then Lily's dad continues, I got into an accident many years ago. There are certain gaps in my memory, but nothing like this. And then he continues, I remember dropping out of college and living in a student house. I think, and then moving back here when the business started picking up. But I remembered my mother's funeral, so I would have remembered this. Well, not necessarily, dude. If you're dealing with, like, if you had an accident that kind of affects your memory, sometimes in an accident that affects memories, sometimes there would be like whole chunks of memories that would be gone, and then sometimes it would be like bits and pieces. So it's not outside the realm of possibility that you probably would have forgotten that you may have had a kid prior, but you know. Swag said easy method, DNA tests. So you're so sure you're not the father, you have nothing to fear for. Yeah, I know, right? Like, just take a DNA test for the girl. Obviously, Lily is getting mad. So Alex, obviously sensing that, is going to feel what anger Lily is feeling. So now we jump into what Lily's feeling, and it's represented by this box on this pedestal here. So Alex reaches for this locked, uh, this chain locked box. Alex says, "Come on," as she's trying to break open the lock here. And then Alex says, "What would Steph do? Break it?" Oh, yeah, well, there you go. So Alex just picks up the box and just throws it onto the ground. And we learn that it was actually a music box because we have the little like stereotypical like ballerina, uh the spinning ballerina thing on a music box. So, oh, and then now we're in the flashback of Lily's parents. So Lily's mother, Kelly, which Lily thankfully provided a name for her mom. So Kelly says, "You're not sending her away." And then Lily's dad says, "Three times this week, Kelly. Three times." And then Kelly responds, "It happens when she's scared. Uh, she can't help it. Your mom got her memories back." And then Lily's dad responds, "After a week of confusion, listen, the the pitch at work went through. This could be really big for us, baby. We can have that house you always dreamed of, the one by the lake back home. We can start again." And then Kelly interrupts, "Start again? What do you mean, start again?" And then Lily's dad, grabbing Kelly, says, "Kelly, I love you more than anything in this world. We're not ready for this. We never were. Even before this disorder, there's no shame in getting help." And then Kelly interrupts, "It's not getting help. It's putting her away. It's taking a Christmas puppy to the pound. That is your daughter you are talking." And then Lily's dad interrupts, "That is not my daughter. It's an abomination. She is a dangerous little freak." And then obviously Lily overhearing that, uh, her powers kind of cause a wave, like a force push wave. Apparently, Daniel isn't the only one to have force push powers when it comes to getting angry. So in any case, the force push kind of knocks her mom and her dad away, and also we see the little music box that was represented by the locked by the locked, repressed memories that Alex was feeling of Lily's. Swag said this dad needs to get his teeth kicked in. Don't like it. Yeah, yeah, this was pretty bad. It also doesn't really get any better, really. Uh so now we're back in the present day. Uh so Lily's dad says, you seem like a lovely kid, Lily. And then he continues, I hope you find him. And he continues, I really do. Yet again, like Swag said earlier, you could just get a DNA test to prove it, but whatever. So obviously, Alex looking at Lily, who's clearly upset. Well, clearly mad. Um, and then Lily's dad continues, but I don't believe that I'm your father. At this point, you don't deserve to be. From what the flashback showed. So Lily gets up and says, "What a relief," and storms off. Swag said, "I'm ready to jump in the comics and do it myself." Yeah, kick his teeth in. Yeah. So everyone gets up. Lily storms off, punches the vase, and knocks the vase over, and then it breaks. Yeah, exactly. Swag says smash the vase. Well, she technically did. She punched smash. Swag said smash that shit. Well, she punched the vase and it fell over and broke. So Lily's dad says, "Hey, I'm calling the police." As the new wife and kid come downstairs. And then Lily just yells at him, "Punk rock." Oh, look, what Steph did. Swag says, I fucking knew it. Yeah, I know. And then Lily running off back to the bus while she's crying here. While Steph and Alex run to catch up. And Alex shouts to Lily, "Hey." Swag said, "How'd I know the vase was getting broken?" Yeah, I know, right? So meanwhile, Lily just sits down next to the big ass tire of that bus. And then Alex and Steph sit down next to her to console her as she's crying there. And then Lily just curls up and says, "I want to go home." And then that's the end of chapter 3. So we got one more chapter left, and we have another variant cover by Zoe Tharagood. This time of Steph herself. So this one is pretty nice, keeping the flower motif surrounding the characters. This one is a bunch of roses, like red roses, clearly. And then we have Steph throwing up the horns with both her hands, and for some reason having her drumsticks up her nose as she sticks out her tongue. It's kind of a goofy cover, but it's still well drawn. Like Zoe still does really good art here. But that's funny. Swag says, "Fuck that guy. We don't want no DNA test anymore. Who wants want to be acknowledged or related to that asshole. Yeah, I know. I know. I know. It's very bad. And then we have this other cover. This one by Casey Ramsey. Ramsey. This one's pretty good. You have Alex, Steph, and Lily here, with Lily eating a cheeseburger, and then we have a bunch of stuff around as Steph like dances around with her phone in her hand and drumsticks in her hand. And then we have a Black Lantern neon sign on the wall. So that's a nice little reference there. Pretty nice cover. Not my favorite cover, but still a pretty good one. Well, not one of my favorite covers, but still a pretty good one. And then we begin the final chapter here. So, final chapter here. Swag says, she got a new daddy now. Her name is Steph. We her family now. Yeah, I know, right? But technically, they're on their way to take Lily back home. So we're on our way to take Lily back to her mom. So Lily over here with Alex's headphones listening to music. We also have a cameo. Hey, look, we have a cameo reference. Look, it's two wolves. We have two wolves running along the background here. I wonder if these two wolves are supposed to be wolf brothers. If they're wolf brothers, I wonder who these two wolves are supposed to be referencing. It can't be anyone called Sean and Daniel, could it? So Lily says, stupid. And then Steph asks, what's stupid? And then Lily says, families. Why do some people get good ones and some people get bad ones? It's not fair. All families should be good ones. Well, sadly, Lily, you are very young. And sadly, you'll learn that unfortunately it's very unfair, but families can suck. It's not. It's not. It's very rare for there to be families that don't have problems. Usually every family has some issue. Like I've rarely met any family that is extremely like 100% like good. Like even my family has their like issues. So it sucks, Lily, but sadly that is life. And just like you, I wish all families would be good, but unfortunately that's not the way the world works, sadly. So Alex says, well, it's just luck of the draw. And then Lily says, that's stupid. It shouldn't just be lucky people. If I was the boss, moms and dads would never yell or get mad. Uh, and then Alex responds, don't you sometimes yell and get mad? uh, and then Lily says, if I was a grown up, I wouldn't have to. I kind of beg to differ on that, Lily. Sometimes when you're a grown up, you're probably gonna be a lot more mad and yell. So there's that. Oh, it actually is written on the side of the bus. Okay, nice. I would have made that reference earlier, but I wasn't entirely sure if the comic itself ever like actually referenced it within there. But it actually does reference what the name of Steph and Alex's band is. It's kind of hard to read on the side of the bus. But the name of Alex and Steph's band is Manic Pixie Nightmare Girls. So there you go. That's the name of Steph and Alex's band. So Steph says, this one? And Lily, with a smile on her face, says, mm-hmm. And then Lily's mom, Kelly, comes running, bolting out of the door and says, oh my God. And immediately grabs and hugs Lily. And with tears shooting out of her eyes here, says, oh my God, baby. And says, baby, I'm so sorry. While Lily also hugs her mom back while she's also starting to cry. And then Lily says, can I show Alex and Steph my things? Swag said, Drugstore Makeup 2.0. That's the name of the band. Suck it, is Izzy. Swag says also just kidding. Hey, that's fair. That's fair. Just like your reference to Sean and Daniel earlier when I was talking about the two wolves in the background saying, oh God, please not a cameo from them, anything but that. just kidding on that reference. And then as Alex and Steph are being shown Lily's room, Lily showing Steph, what is that supposed to be? An octopus? What, do you have a pet octopus, Lily? I guess. Lily says, this one's my favorite. And Steph, while touching it, says, wow, gross. Well, Steph says that with a smile on her face, so it's not like she minds. So Kelly says, you have no idea how grateful I am. I thought she was gone. Oh, Alex isn't smoking. Alex isn't smoking. She's holding a cup of, I think it's supposed to be coffee. Yeah, she's holding like a cup of coffee. I don't know if it's supposed to be coffee, tea, cocoa. The important thing is that she's holding a hot cup of something. Swag's like, oh, okay. Yeah, she ain't smoking. Yeah, she ain't smoking. Okay, so Lily's mom, Kelly here says, you must think I'm awful. You understand I couldn't call the cops. They'd find out about the business and her powers. I thought they might take her away. I couldn't lose her too. Swag's like, I was about to say, oh hell no. Nah, it's fine. Like, considering, cause the only one in these, well, correction. The only couple of characters that are shown to be smokers are Chloe, Sean. So Chloe and Sean, and I think Safi. I think Safi's also a smoker, but I don't think we see her smoking on screen. Oh no, we do see her smoking on screen. Towards the end, she's smoking. So yeah. So we got like 3 characters I know of off the top of my head that are smokers. Alex is definitely not one of them though. Oh, and also all of the people in episode 3, like all of them are smokers. Like Hannah, Cassidy, Finn, like all of them are smokers because they pass around the weed while they're all like hanging around the campfire, so yeah, there's them too. And probably Charlotte. Charlotte may be a smoker considering she owns and runs the weed dispensary in Haven. So maybe she's a smoker. But then again, you could also own and run a place and not be like a smoker or a drinker. So there's that. Also, we're in ads. So we're about a minute and 20 seconds left of ads. All right, we got about 40 seconds left. Okay, about 20 seconds. Alrighty, almost back. All right, here we go. All right, let's continue. Lily says, "Hey mom, my mom made him. Ooh, excuse me. My mom made him. His arms used to move, but the batteries died." And then Steph says, "Man, he's awesome. Does he have a name?" And then Alex says, "We need to talk somewhere else." Obviously, talking to Emily here. So Emily and Alex relocate to the kitchen table here to talk, and Emily says, "Knowing there's more like her out there, what a relief. She's not alone. Have you always had this ability?" And Alex says, "I don't remember not having it, but I don't know if I was born with it. Was Lily?" And then Emily says, "The first time it ever happened, she was around 4. Her dad and me, we fought a lot. This one evening, I was going to walk out on him and take Lily with me. He pleaded and cried. Lily was upset." Okay, if what Emily is saying is true, if Lily's powers activated when she was 4 years old, then that would technically make Lily the youngest character to have powers. Because if that's true, Lily is the youngest character to have powers in this entire franchise, then. Because holy shit, 4 years old. Especially having a power about, like, taking people's memories. Which is also a very, also a fucked up consequence. Because, yeah, she's taking people's memories, but she's not, like, erasing the memories. She's taking the memories into her own, like, her own brain. So the person that the memories are being taken from may completely forget about them, but it's not like they don't go anywhere. Like, they're still in Lily's head. And as we saw with throughout the first 3 chapters, Lily's, like, head and her emotions and how she and what she, like, remembers and feels kind of gets muddled and confused with the more and more memories that she takes. So it kind of becomes, like, overwhelming type of thing. Which can be a lot to deal with, especially if she's had these powers since she was like 4 years old. If you don't have, like, an understanding or control over these powers, then you could potentially be taking away, like, people's memories, like, without knowing what you're doing. So that is potentially scary. Okay, so we have a flashback here. So Lily, no, so Emily continues to say, she screamed at me. So little Lily here says, no, mommy, no, mommy. As Emily, with tears in her eyes and a packed suitcase, like rolly suitcase that she has in her hand, and Lily's dad on his knees, begging them to stay. So Emily continues to say, I saw a flash across her eyes, and suddenly her dad gets up, having no idea what had just happened or why he's crawling after me. And then Emily continues, it saved our marriage for another year. For only a year. Uh, Emily continues, it wasn't always like that. We were soulmates. It was a fairy tale. And then we obviously have them getting married. Uh, and Emily saying, I fucking do. Apparently getting married in the rain, I might add. Because you have Lily's dad here holding up his tuxedo jacket, trying to shield them from the rain coming down. And then Emily continues. We had Lily when we were 19. I'd never take it back, but it was stupid. He was ambitious. He was going to take care of us. Well, we kind of see how that kind of worked out. Um, so Lily's dad says, we've got this, Kells. I'm so close with work. I can feel it. I'm going to do everything for our little girl. And Emily continues with her narrating, saying, but it just never seemed to go anywhere. I wondered I wonder if I tried being more supportive, maybe we wouldn't have fought so much. I should have believed in him, but we had a toddler and he was never around. Well, sometimes work beat like that, unfortunately. Uh, they're obviously not excusing any of his behavior that happens later. Um, Emily continues, I don't regret anything. Seeing how he spoke to her leading up to the incident, I'll never regret leaving that asshole. Okay, so uh, Swag saying a lot here. So, Swag says, uh, uh, Chloe, in their opinion, Chloe is justified for smoking. Her life was a living hell, and depending on your choices in the first game, Chloe would die unhappy, never reaching never reaching to the point of achieving real happiness. Uh, so you deserve to smoke if your life being truly unfair to you. Well, that is definitely probably a reason as to why Chloe starts smoking to begin with. Because from what I've learned from my grandmother, because my grandmother was a heavy smoker. Like, I pretty much grew up around my grandmother smoking, like, all the time. Like, she always smoked. And by her own admission, she was smoking since she was 14 years old. And the ironic part about it, she would always tell me, don't smoke. And she would tell me this when she would have a cigarette in her hand and she was puffing it. so, so, so it's one of those things of do as I say, not as I do. But from what I gathered from my grandmother, she mostly smoked because of you know, stress and like stuff like that. So it's kind of a way of relieving uh like stress that you're going through, like stuff like that. So for Chloe, it was definitely more of a stress thing as to why Chloe was smoking. Uh, Sean Swag continues to say Sean smoking was also justified uh, in episode 2, not necessarily agree with the optional smoking in episode 1. But in episode 2, Sean responsibly has responsibility has skyrocketed to unimaginable heights, dealing with supernatural brother, trying to shelter and running away from the law, warrants a cigarette. Does he smoke in episode 2? I don't remember him smoking in episode 2. I know he's smoking in episode 3. Because in episode 3 he smokes. In episode 4 he can smoke with Karen. And I don't think he smokes in episode 5. But he does have certain like points throughout the game where he can participate in smoking. Some points by the player's choice, and then some other points on their own without you choosing to smoke. So sometimes Sean will smoke regardless of what you do. So there's that. Swag says, I swear Joyce smokes in not just one timeline, but in the original timeline. In Before the Storm, I actually commented on it. Shocking to discover Joyce having cigarette butts in her backyard. Either Joyce or William smokes. I don't want to assume it's Joyce. Well, Swag, I can confirm to you that Joyce is the one that's smoking. So it's not William that's smoking, it's Joyce that's smoking. Which technically can also mean that maybe the reason why Chloe is smoking is because Joyce was also a smoker. So that could also be a thing. Cause I also have certain family members that are also smokers. And their kids also wind up being smokers. So it's not unheard of for the child to pick up like their parents' habits. So there is that. Swag says Sean smokes in episode 2 when Sean steps out after playing the stupid dice game with Daniel. Uh, it happens in the same scene when Sean tried to see if he had. Oh, if he had the power too, but was disappointed. Oh, that scene, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that scene. Okay. Now I see what you're talking about. Oh, okay. Cuz I am obviously my my knowledge of Life is Strange 2 is not as concrete as most of the other games, as most of the other Life is Strange stuff, mostly because Life is Strange 2 is probably my least played Life is Strange game. So it's the least played game that I go back to. So I'm not as 100% remember every single thing like in that game, because I don't revisit it as much as the other games. Well, not just other games, but other Life is Strange stuff entirely. Cuz I've read most of the other Life is Strange stuff, like the novels and the comics. I've read those more times than I've played Life is Strange 2 at this point. Which kind of goes to show how much I care about that game. Um Swag says, "Yeah, my knowledge is lacking as well because I don't like Life is Strange 2." Yeah, that hey, you and me both have that in common. So, you and me both have made that point very clear. But in any case, uh, Swag said, I actually throughout your playthrough, refreshed my memory of certain aspects of Life is Strange 2." Well, that's nice. Um, I'm glad that it kind of helped rejog your memory of certain things that you may have forgotten about Life is Strange 2. So that's nice. I'm glad that that my playthrough helped you. Um, okay, so Emily continues. I had a theory that maybe Lily's powers were a reaction to her environment. It was an unstable place for a kid. she took that trauma and did something magical with it. Alex says, I don't know if magical is the right word. At least when I first got my powers, I saw them as more of a curse. Lily says, not Lily, Emily, fuck. Emily says, yeah, I'm sorry. Did she tell you why she ran away? On that note, excuse me. My hands are up. My hands are up. Hey, Try, welcome in. Welcome in, Try. How's it going? How's it going? How's it going? I hope I hope everything was well for you. Hey, it's going good. We're just finishing up the Alex and Steph comic here. Swag said earlier, and the chat helped as well, confirming the bully was still alive when I interpreted he died in episode 1. To be fair, Swag, the game itself is not entirely clear about the racist neighbor surviving the beginning of the game. It's heavily implied within that scene that he probably died. Because the guy was having a seizure on the floor and nobody was bothering to call the fucking ambulance for him. So even I assumed that he died, and the game kind of forgot that he was also supposed to be dead, because the game only gave a shit about the cop being killed. But then again, the beginning of that game has a bunch of problems, and the cop being dead and the racist neighbor potentially being dead didn't make sense that they would be dead anyway. Because it's not like they were thrown like across anywhere. Like it just seemed like they were lightly like pushed when Daniel did his little force like push thing. When he got angry when their dad got shot. So the whole time I'm pretty much going like, how did the police officer die? But apparently he died. How he died, I have no fucking clue. Because he just looked like he was knocked out on the ground. So apparently he just died. But whatever. Swag said, because he wasn't getting up, yeah, I thought Daniel Force killed him for certain if he wasn't dead already. Yeah, I know. Either way, it doesn't matter now. It does not matter now. Let's get back to this let's get back to something more interesting. So let's get back to the to this comic and see if we could finish this out. Um, let me see. Hold on a minute. Where is? All right, I'll check that out later. Anyway, good swag. So let's get back to cinema. Yeah, let's wrap the let's get to the wrapping up part because we still got a bunch of cameos coming up soon because there's gonna be a bunch of cameos coming up soon. So Alex says she was hiding part of her power from you. The memories she took from people, they weren't removed, they were transferred to her. How old is she? So Emily says, oh God, she's 13. Okay, so we finally got an age for how old Lily is, as far as the present day is concerned. Um, so Alex says, a 13-year-old feeling the pain of 11 heartbreaks at once. When I was a kid, I'd experience feelings I had no comprehension of. I wasn't able to handle it. No child should have to experience that. Well, that is very true, Alex. Um, and then Alex continues, I'm not blaming you. You didn't know. And I think if you did, then you wouldn't have done it. And then Emily, obviously, uh, really sad about finding out the truth here, says, of course not. Jesus, Lily, why didn't she tell me? And then Lily, obviously overhearing what's being said, uh, comes out from the doorway with Steph and says, I just wanted to help. Uh, and then Emily, getting up from the chair, says, of course you did. Of course you did. You're too good for your own. And then Lily, noticing the dress on the couch, asks, what's this? And then Emily says, well, I know you were upset. I wouldn't let you go to that. Let you go with Tara to buy a prom dress. So I made you one. It's not perfect, but. And then Lily, turning to her mom with tears in her eyes, gives her mom a big hug and says, I love it, I love it. So that's nice. And then Alex says, watch out, Lewis. Oh, that's funny. Because back to what Lily said earlier, where she likes Lewis and she's waiting for him to ask her out to the prom, which is nice. And then her mom obviously asks Lewis, and then Lily, obviously embarrassed and a little angry at Alex, says, Alex, why would you say that? You're so embarrassing. And then Alex, laughing, says, oops. And then now we cut to nighttime with Alex and Steph sleeping here. Well, about to try to get some sleep. And Steph says, Alex, I have a question. And then Alex says, no, you're not annoying. I don't think that was the question, Alex. But I get you're trying to make a joke. Also, Alex doesn't have her glasses on again. She has her glasses on the box here with her cell phone. So Steph says, no, another question. If I had powers, what powers would I have? Okay, that is a good question. That is a good question. Okay. Let's think about this, chat. If Steph had powers, what powers do you think would fit Steph's personality? What powers do you think would fit Steph well? So think about it. What powers do you think would fit Steph? So while y'all think about that, I will continue. And then Alex responds very flirtingly, says, the power to melt my heart. And Steph laughing says, oh my god. And then Alex says, I'm sorry, was that terrible? I don't know why I put you through that. That's funny. Try said the power to make me swoon. Well, technically, Alex did say that. Alex did say that. Alex said the power to melt my heart, so that is one response. So Steph and Alex looking at each other, and then Steph getting a little sad, I guess. Well, sad looking. And then Alex says, hey, what's wrong? And then Steph, getting up and sitting on the bed, says, I've been thinking, if I could take away your sadness, I'd probably do it too. And then Alex says, oh yeah? And then Steph continues, I may not be a superpowered empath, but I've been trying to understand. And then, Jesus. Okay. Okay, so I am meant to kind of read this like this. Okay, so Alex says, as I get a little closer to the screen, says, I'm sorry, I just wanted to fix what was going on. I thought that I could handle it better. And then Steph interrupts and says, but I don't want you to fix me. I just want you to listen and love me, all of me, even the bad parts, the angry parts, the sad parts, the scared parts, the ugly parts, that you wanted to take away. They're all a part of me. I want you to love all of me. That is fair. And then Alex, grabbing Steph's face with both hands, says, I do. I love all your parts. Which parts specifically, Alex, are you talking about, huh? I see where you're going with this. And then both of them laugh. And then they both look at each other. And then Alex, also getting up and sitting on the bed, Alex says, I think after Mom died, I was so used to regulating everyone's emotions, and it's a distraction from my own. You know, it's kind of addictive. I don't remember the last time I just felt my own self. And then Steph says, well, let's work on that. How do you feel right now? And then Alex thinking here. Also, a nice panels of Alex without her glasses, because we're seeing her without her glasses for a pretty extended amount of time. So that's a nice change of pace. So Alex looking down, looks like she has tears forming in her eyes, and she's starting to cry. So clearly she's feeling very overcome with sadness at this point. And then obviously Steph giving Alex a hug and consoling her while she's crying here. And then Steph sitting back down says, how about now? And Alex wiping the tears from her eyes says, I feel like if this wasn't someone else's house, you'd be in trouble right now. Okay, that's pretty fair. And I do know what you mean by that, Alex, okay? I get it. Clearly you're gonna jump Steph's bones at this point. But you're in Lily's house, so let's not cause a bunch of moaning sounds and disturb Lily and her mom, okay? Oh dear Lord, Steph, really? So Steph says, oh yeah, well, I don't care if it's someone else's house. Oh dear Lord, Steph. The biggest thing we learned about Steph during all of these True Colors related things is Steph is very thirsty and she's very horny. That is what we've learned. Cause holy shit. Like, control yourself, Steph. You're in someone else's house. And there is a child in the next room. Oh, God. And then Alex says, it feels wrong. And then Steph responds, but so right. Sure it does. Oh, Lord. Girls, not the time or the place for this right now. But in any case, you get another kissing theme. You get another kiss it. You get more kissing theme. Kiss it. Anywho. Okay, so we cut to the next morning. Thankfully, apparently no one was disturbed. So hopefully whatever Steph and Alex were doing here, clearly whatever they were doing here, they were very quiet about it. So if you're gonna do it in someone else's house, at least be quiet and respectful about it. At the very least. And it seems like they were. So what Lily and her mom doesn't know doesn't hurt them, I guess. So in any case, Alex says it'll be done in a few weeks. So Emily says, so in time for Lily's prom, they've been looking for a band. So if you're tween friendly, I can put a word in. Why not? I'm pretty sure Alex's songs does not include a bunch of curse words everywhere. So I'm pretty sure they could perform songs for kids. And meanwhile, Steph is getting up out of bed. So apparently, Steph is not a morning person to wake up in the morning. So Steph says, a school prom? And Lily says, please, please, please. And Alex says, well. And then Steph says, I'm sure we can put on a little show. That's fair. So meanwhile, Alex and Steph get ready to leave. And Alex says, if you need anything, you have my number. And Emily says, thanks, girls, truly. Well, see you in a few months. I can't wait to hear your music. Well, that's fair. And then Lily says, I made you something. Hey, she made you bracelets. And Lily says, I have one too. Alex's name took the only E I had. So you are henceforth named Stoph. That is very adorable. And also kind of messed up, but you know. But yeah, so you see Steph, aka Stoph's bracelet, and then you got Alex's bracelet, and Lily is already wearing her bracelet with Lily written on it. So that's nice. Nice little bracelets to remember them by. And Lily giving Alex and Steph a nice hug. And Steph says, thanks, kid. And Alex jokingly says, let's get out of here, Stoph. Stoph. We are gonna call Steph Stoph from now on. She will now be called Stoph. So Alex and Steph get into their bus, and Alex gets ready to drive off, and Steph says, we can always go home too. We can try this stuff again later. The world can wait. And Alex says, home. And Steph says, haven, I mean. Yes, going home. And Steph says, I know ghosts, right? And Alex says, ghosts? And Steph says, we can find a new place, a new haven. And Alex says, it would be nice to see everyone again. And then Steph says, that's what I'm saying. Like, everyone would be so stoked to have us back, even just a bit. Lily's prom is in a few months anyway, so we won't be staying forever. And then Alex says, Lily's prom. You're cool with doing a show for a bunch of kids? And then Steph says, listen, it'll be the biggest crowd we've ever had. And okay, don't laugh. When I was about 12, I had this friend, Kate. Her family was super religious. They took us to this gig in a church. I don't even remember what the band was called. Looking back, they were probably kind of crappy, but it was the first time I went to a gig. the singer had this insanely thick accent, so I couldn't understand a word he was saying, but. And then Steph continues, okay, you're looking at me weird. Point is, it was an audience full of kids, and I left that shit feeling mad inspired. That shit was revolutionary to me. I love the look on Alex's face. She looks so interested in what she's saying. Um, and then Steph continues to say, at first, I thought maybe it was God speaking to me, but then I realized it was the hot drummer. And then Alex responds, ha, you're terrible. And then now we return back to Haven Springs. So, as I said, we were gonna get cameos at the end of this. Swag said, finally finished cooking. Congratulations, Swag. Hopefully it came out well, and hopefully it is delicious as you're eating it and you enjoy your food that you made. So let's get our final cameos rolling here as we return to Haven Springs for a little bit. So they get to Haven Springs in the middle of the night. Alex looking at Steph sleeping on the couch here. And Alex, in the rain, walks over to the flower bridge. So Alex takes a walk on the flower bridge. And then Steph, obviously waking up and realizing that Alex is not in the bus, comes over with a umbrella and says, hey, dummy, you'll catch a cold. Yeah, I know, standing outside in the rain? What the fuck is wrong with you? And Steph continues, I told you not to be dramatic without me. Come on. In weather like this, there's only one place to go. Also, fun touch with the rainbow umbrella. Steph having a pride umbrella is kind of poetic, you know. So very perfect umbrella. Also the little cat shirt that Alex is wearing is kind of fun. Swag said they made fried fish with homemade fries, and that they cut their fries a little too thick. Hey. Hey, I don't know about you, Swag, but there ain't nothing wrong. There ain't nothing wrong with a little thick fries, if you know what I'm saying, right? Hey, no. Ayo. But in any case, so Steph and Alex walk into the Black Lantern. So they walk into the Black Lantern. And now we get our conga line of cameos. So are we ready for the conga line of cameos? So first off, Ryan says, holy shit. And then Charlotte says, Alex, Steph, as Ethan over here is eating a sandwich or a burger or something. And also we have Eleanor sitting next to Ethan. So nice little cameos from everybody here. And then Steph says, the Wanderers hence returned. And then meanwhile, everyone is all sitting together at one booth. And then Ryan says to the lady server here, thanks, babe. And then Steph asks, babe? And then Ryan says, oh, this is Jordan. She moved here from New York City to study rock formations. And then Jordan interrupts, more interesting than it sounds, I swear. And then Steph says, nice one, dude. Hell yeah. And then Alex asks, where's Riley? And then Ryan says, Riley left for school. Mac is God knows where. People leave. And then Eleanor adds, and sometimes they come back. Like Steph and Alex came back. And then Steph says, for a few months at least, just while we figure some stuff out, right? And then Alex adds, right. And then we get a nice cheers from everyone. And then Ryan says, well, whatever you need, we'll all be here. You're always welcome here. And then we get a nice little montage of Alex and Steph spending time in Haven Springs while they're waiting for Lily's prom to come up, so that way they can go back and perform for Lily. Are they gonna zoom in here? Oh yes, they do. Okay, so we zoom in. So they zoom in. So we see Alex and Steph spending some time with Ethan and Charlotte. Oh, whoops. Spending some time with Ethan and Charlotte. Swag said, finally seeing Ryan not abruptly crying. I'm happy for him. They wronged for that in true colors. I did mean to laugh in the. I didn't mean to laugh in the finale. Hey, it's fine. Like, it was a pretty. It wasn't the best ending for Ryan to get at the end of the game if you don't romance him. So it kind of sucks. Like, he doesn't even show up at the bus stop to see Alex and Steph leave. So he's not even there as a silent cameo at the very least. Because everyone else is there. Like, Ducky could be there, Pike could be there, Eleanor can be there, Charlotte and Ethan can be there. Like, everyone else can be there. But Ryan just isn't there. So that's kind of fucked up. Swag said that cutaway of Ryan was nasty. Yeah, it was nasty work. It was nasty work. That, I am right there with you. Like, even though I don't romance Ryan didn't deserve a lot of bullshit that happened in the game. Like, obviously, Ryan didn't deserve anything that happened with Jed. Like, everything that Jed did, Ryan didn't deserve any of that. Like, obviously, Ryan didn't know anything that happened there. So all of that was kind of fucked. But but at least they gave Ryan a girlfriend. Like this comic took the opportunity to actually give Ryan a girlfriend, like give him a consolation prize in a sense, and give him more of a happy ending. So at the very least, he deserved that. Like, he deserved some happy ending. Like, whether he wound up together with Alex or not, he still deserved, like, something nice to happen to him. Especially considering, like, him finding out that his dad did all that fucked up shit. Like, I think Ryan deserves some amount of happiness, you know? Also, ads are about to start, by the way. So we will continue. We'll continue this montage. When ads are done. Swag said justice for Ryan is served. Yeah, I know, right? But we'll continue the montage and finish out the comic once ads are done. So we'll take a little bit of a break, and then we'll finish it when we come back from ads. So on that note, I am going to take a quick bathroom break while ads play, and hopefully when I come back, the ads will be done by the time I come back. So I will be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Alright, what do we got here? We got about a minute left of ads. So we got about a minute left. So we're just gonna relax a little bit. We got about 35 seconds left until the ads are done. And then we could continue the the comic and finish it out. All right. So right, so now we're back. So let's Swag as always getting hit with the food ads. But like Swag says, jokes on them. They already made food and they're eating right now. So the temptation of food ads has zero effect. You tell them, Swag. You tell them. Okay, so as I said, watching Ethan and Charlotte making a sculpture as Steph, well, as Charlotte makes a sculpture, and then we cut to Alex and Steph hanging out with Ryan and Jordan. So we have like a couple's outing. So that's nice, as they're all picking flowers. I wonder why they're picking flowers for. And then we cut to Alex practicing her song while Charlotte and Eleanor watch and listen. So that's nice. And then we get the answer to Alex picking all of those flowers. She made a little bouquet for Gabe's grave. So she takes a bunch of flowers to Gabe's grave. So she visits Gabe's grave here. Also, a nice little touch of having the I'm assuming I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be like the foosball like liquor bottle resting next to Gabe's grave. So I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be the foosball liquor bottle. So that's a nice little touch to have that next to his grave. So that's nice. And then we cut to Steph and Jordan playing video games together, as Ryan over here is rubbing Jordan's shoulders while she's playing against Steph here. So that's funny. As Alex is just having her arm around Steph as she's playing, and they're all sitting on the couch with some drinks and some chips, some bowls of chips. So that's nice. Also, they are in Gabe and Alex's apartment. Because you could tell this is supposed to be the same apartment that Alex and Gabe lived in True Colors, because the setup of the apartment, like where the couch is, where the coffee table is, where the bookcase is, all of this stuff is pretty much in the same spots as the apartment in True Colors. So it's pretty evident that that's where this is supposed to be. So that's nice. That's a nice little reference there. And then to make it even more obvious, they're on the roof. They are on the roof. So Alex and Steph sitting on the roof. Steph says, everything's always changing, yet nothing changes. And then Alex says, yeah. And Steph asks, how you feeling? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, swag. 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 Uh-oh. I think we have confirmation, swag. Alex. Alex is a smoker. Alex smokes. Because Alex has a cigarette in her hands right now. She's holding a cigarette between her fingers here. So Alex does smoke. So there she is. She has a cigarette in her hand. So Alex does smoke. So Alex says about leaving tomorrow. Good, I think. It's nice to come back, but I still don't feel like this is home. Um, and then Alex continues, whatever home means, I'm starting to think home is a made up concept to taunt people like me. Try with the jokes. Try says, like the old saying goes, if she smokes, she pokes. Well, Alex is gonna need a strap on for that. If Alex wants to poke something, she's probably gonna need a strap on. uh, Also, a nice little reference with the blue butterfly. With the blue butterfly sitting on the rose here. Well, sitting on the flower. So, nice little blue butterfly reference here. You had to work it in at the very end. Like, as we're ending. As the book is coming to an end. Alex continues, Steph asks, people like you. And then Alex says, people like me. As the blue butterfly flies away. And Steph says, wherever home is, if it's here, if it's somewhere else, if it's nowhere, we'll find it. And Alex says, how are we gonna find home if it's nowhere? And then Steph says, I'm working on it. And then Alex jokingly says, she's working on it, people. Steph Gingrich is working on it. Funny. And then now we're in the it's the next morning, and now it's time for Alex and Steph to go meet up with Lily to perform for Lily's class. So Ryan says, I'm getting deja vu. As Ryan is helping take Alex and Steph's stuff to their bus. And then Steph says, yup, and it probably won't be the last time. Thanks for all your help, guys. And then Ryan, as everyone's waving goodbye to Steph and Alex here, Ryan says, you'll kill him out there. And if you don't, well, don't come back. That's obviously he's joking, but that's funny. And then Steph says, "Har har, we're out of here." And then off they go, and they leave Haven. Okay, so real quick, before we get to the final little part of the comic, here we go. So this comic, this little cameo, this little section of going back to Haven real quick and giving everyone like a little cameo in the book at the very end. This part also confirms how pointless the final decision in True Colors really was. Because yet again, your decision at the end of True Colors is either stay in Haven or leave. And like I said, you can do both. Because every musician who goes on tour and performs like across the country or whatever, they have a home that they go back to. Just like Steph and Alex just did. When they have break time, when they have a break time, right? When they have break in their touring schedule, they have a home that they could go back to. Every musician pretty much does. So that's pretty much what Haven is. Because Steph and Alex just did it. They have a break. They go back to Haven, chill at Haven for a while, and then they go back to going to performing and going on tour and doing whatever. So you can do both. So all this really proves is the ending final choice of True Colors was very stupid. Because there was no real like big decision with that final choice. Because just like the comic proved here, you can do both. Like, you don't have to choose one or the other. Like, you could realistically do both. So thank you, comic, for like literally proving my point. And also, thank you, comic, for actually giving Ryan a scene where he actually sees Steph and Alex leave. So thank you for giving Ryan a moment that he actually should have had at the end of True Colors anyway, regardless of whether you romanced him or not. So thank you for giving him this moment here. So yay. Just like Swag said earlier, justice for Ryan. So Zoe and Claudia definitely gave Ryan some justice. Swag said, for real, thank you. I know, right? They pretty much just kind of redid a little bit of the end of True Colors and kind of just corrected a few things that should have been there at the end. So Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, so now we're here to perform for the kids here. So Steph says, eek heebie jeebies. And Alex says, come on, no time for high school reminiscing. We've got a cool kid to impress. I don't think Lily needs very much impressing. I think Lily is already pretty happy with y'all. At this point, the only one you're gonna be impressing is gonna be all the other kids in the school. So they're performing, and wait, dang it, I can't read the lyrics. Okay, where's the comic book? Fuck it, I'll read the lyrics that Alex is singing from the fucking book itself. And this is why we have a physical copy of the book with us. For situations like this. As we've learned reading throughout the Partners in Partners in Time comic series. Okay, so Alex is singing here. Weight of your worlds on your small shoulders. Duty to fix what you didn't break. Sounds of your words on your fragile mind. Get her out of here. Heartache, heartache. I don't want to forget you. For my own good, I need to. Take my crimes as your own. I have to be free. Plant flowers in your place, in your face, in my memory. Plant flowers in place of your face in my memory. Why am I here? Heartbreak, heartbreak. Oh no. It's not the fact that the words are cut off. It's not the fact that the words are cut off because it's focusing in on Alex. It's just that when I go to the next panel, it's just not focusing in on Steph over here. Cause Steph's panel, cause if I do this, see? If I do this and zoom, you could see Steph is on the corner over here, like drumming away. It's just because of the mode that I'm using. It's just that the mode that I'm using is not. It's just that the picture just doesn't focus in the way it's supposed to. But either way, okay, now it doesn't want to. Okay, can we... Oh my god. I hate when it does this and it kind of breaks. It kind of breaks. Okay, now the panels are not moving. Okay. Can we... panels, hello? Can we move? There we go. Okay, thank you. Sometimes the panels refuse to move at times. Thank you. We finally got it going. Okay, so now at the bottom here, we have Lily with Lewis, with Lily pointing at Steph and Alex, saying, "That's my friends I was telling you about." Okay, so Lily was already using Alex and Steph to get some game with Lewis here. Okay, so the performance is over. And a little girl is walking up to Alex and Steph here. Swag says I was wrong about Lily. Yeah, the moral of the moral of the story here is that Lily left. Lily ran away from home because she was overwhelmed with all of the people's memories that she kept taking from other people, because her mom presented Lily with the idea of like, hey, maybe you have these powers for a reason, and maybe if you can take away like people's bad memories, right? Like maybe we could help people like forget their bad memories. And Lily was doing that, but Lily learned that the memories that she's taking affects her. Like the memories don't disappear. She takes them within herself. And which is the consequence of her powers, right? Because remember, everybody's powers has some sort of consequence to it. Like everybody's powers is not 100% like hunky-dory. There's usually always like some catch to the powers, right? So obviously that was Lily's catch, was like, yeah, you could take the memories away, but you're the one that's going to take them within yourself. So you're going to be suffering from the memories that you're taking. Whether they're good or whether they're bad, you're going to take on the effects of those memories. So, but, Lily learned this, but she didn't tell her mother, because she saw that her mother like really liked, helping people. So she didn't want to like disappoint her mom, make her mom sad, or regret like having Lily like help people. So that's why Lily didn't say anything. But obviously it became too much, and Lily just decided to like run away. Luckily for Lily, she ran into Steph and Alex, so that helped. Swag said, I like Lily now. She's A-okay. Swag continued to say, Alex, that Max has the lethal consequences the most. Migraines and nosebleeds are a bitch to deal with. Technically, Max wasn't the only one that was dealing with that. Remember, Tristan. Tristan was also dealing with that. Like every time Tristan was trying to become like invisible, well, trying really harder to become invisible because Max would still be able to see him. So Tristan would have to try like extra hard so that Max can't see him. And that would make Tristan like have or like also have the migraines and the nosebleed. So Tristan does know what that's like. Um but yeah. Also Swag also mentioned earlier uh that they wish Steph and Alex adopted Lily. That is true. That would, well, her mom is still around and her mom is really nice. So that's good. So it's not like Lily has shitty parents. She did have a shitty dad. Like clearly she had a shitty dad. But at least she actually had a mom that actually cared. Um Swag said birds of a feather flock together with Max and Tristan. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Um Also, Lily is also who I was referring to earlier when I was going to in True Colors when I was talking about like what was it Steph talking about how good she is with like kids and stuff. This is what I was foreshadowing cuz I was like, "Oh, it's okay, Steph. We know like I know how good you can be with kids." Like Ethan isn't the only thing that proves it. Like being good with kids in reference to Alex and Steph. Like Ethan isn't the only example. Like Lily is also a very big example. And also Lily being around with Steph and Alex throughout the book also kind of gives you a glimpse at how Steph and Alex would be if they had like a kid. Like if they had their own kid, Lily is a nice example of what that would be like. So that's actually a pretty sweet like example there that they gave. Um, in any case, so the little girl walks up to Steph and Alex, and the little girl says to Steph here, "Can you sign my tuba?" Oh, so she was very impressed, and obviously, Steph, very excited, says, "Duh." And bust out her marker so she could sign it. Swag said, very sneaky foreshadowing, JR, because I couldn't to be to begin to pick up on that. Exactly. That's why I had to be. I was being very cheeky, very cheeky with that, because since I have knowledge of what happens in the future, I could sneak in those sneaky little foreshadowing moments and you would never know. Unless you already know, then you would catch it. But if you don't know, then you have no idea that it's even foreshadowing anything. So Steph is over here signing the tuba, and then Emily and Lily come over. So Emily says, local celebrities, huh? What an incredible show. And then Lily says, hi, hi. And Alex says, Lily, Kelly, hey. Swag says, I can't imagine Alex carrying the pregnancy. What about Steph? Like it doesn't have to be Alex to get pregnant. You could it could be Steph. Steph could be the one to get pregnant if she wants to. Like you could either have Steph or Alex be the one to carry the kid if they want to. Swag says they'll be good parents. Yeah, that's pretty much what this shows. Like it gives you a nice example of what type of parents they would be. Swag says true, why not both? Yeah, if they want it to be that way. Realistically speaking, as far as Alex goes, if Steph and Alex were, Swag said maybe at the same time, I don't think they would both get pregnant at the same time because, ooh, excuse me. Because you would technically need, you would want someone like there that's like there to help you like with the pregnancy. So if they were both pregnant, then it would be very difficult for both of them to help each other with the pregnancy. So if they were both to do it, then it would probably be a lot smarter for one of them to get pregnant, go through everything, and then after, if you want, then the other one could get pregnant. Like, I don't think them doing it together would be like the smartest idea. Especially if they're like by themselves, if it's just them. Like if they had a bunch of people like helping them out, then maybe you could do like you could have them be pregnant together, but if they're on their own, then the smart decision would probably be one first, then the other one if you want to do it that way. Because Swag said it'd be a wild image. Yeah, it would be. But like I was saying, as far as Alex goes, what most likely would be a more likely scenario is, excuse me, is is Alex would most likely want to adopt a kid. Cause I have a strong feeling that if that Alex would probably want to adopt a kid. Mainly because of what she experienced in the foster care system and knowing firsthand what it's like for somebody to be in foster care, especially for as long as Alex was in it, because she pretty much was in it like all of her most of her childhood, pretty much. And she pretty much grew out of the foster care system because she was like back and forth all over the place. So most likely Alex would adopt a kid. So that's my feeling. That considering what she went through, she would probably adopt a kid, most likely. Uh, Swag said, "That's fair. That's actually noble." Yeah, besides being noble, it's also building upon Alex's personal experiences that she went through. It's the most likely decision that I think Alex would realistically make. So, um, that's just my opinion, though. I don't know if anyone else feels the same way, but that's how I see it. If that subject was actually like brought up to Alex, that's probably what I see her doing. Um anyway, so Lily sitting between Alex and Steph here. So Steph says, how's things? And Lily says, do I look pretty? And Alex says, beautiful. And then Emily says, yeah, yeah, good. New substitute teacher role uh, opened here. And it's looking likely I'm getting it. So fingers crossed, you know. Oh, so Emily's getting a teaching job. So that's sweet. Also, a substitute teacher can be a pretty rowdy job because students tend to treat the substitute teachers like shit. So, yeah. Swag says, I see it from all angles, not just one. No, I see it from all angles too. I'm just saying what I think is the most realistic decision that Alex would make, considering all of her like experiences and backstory and all of her character development. Out of all of the scenarios, that's the most likely option that I see happening. Just saying. Swag said, that's Lily, flower in her hair. Yeah, that is Lily with the flower in her hair. Yeah, she also has the flower dress. She's also wearing like a pink flower dress that her mom made. So that's nice. Um Alex says, how do you feel about your mom being a teacher at your school, Lily? And Lily says, I don't know. Uh, Swag said, she looks adorable. Didn't even recognize her. Yeah, I know. She looks She looks good. She looks nice and happy. As she deserves to be. So Emily says, anyway, you girls must be exhausted. So we'll let you rest. It was lovely to see you again. I'm sure it won't be the last time. And then Lily asks, can we get chicken nuggets? That's funny. Also, Swag said funny response. I don't know. It's not like Lily really cares. Plus, it's more of an opportunity for Lily to spend more time with her mother. So it's most likely a win-win for Lily anyway. Cuz it's like, "Oh yay, I get to spend more time with my mom." So it's like, "Yay." It's not like Lily's going to argue about it. Swag says, chicken nuggets, we want some too. I know, right? Also, a little bit of a sight, of a visual cue here is, if you notice, on the wrists of Emily, Lily's mom, and Emily herself, they're wearing the bracelets that Lily made. So it's nice that Lily also made a bracelet for her mother. And obviously the bracelet's gonna have Emily's name on it. But it's nice that Lily also made a bracelet for her mom, so that's nice. So technically all four of them have a bracelet. Lily has one, Emily has one, and Steph and Alex also have one, so that's nice. Swag said Alex, Steph, tagged along. You can't say no to chicken nuggets. I know, right? Chicken nuggies. So now we cut away to the night sky. And Steph and Alex laying on the grass with some flowers around them. So Alex says, I can't stop wondering how many of us are out there. And Steph says, us? And then Alex responds, confused kids with powers. Powers they don't understand. Being misunderstood. Making mistakes. And then Steph, obviously thinking here. And then Steph says, well, you handled it pretty incredibly. And then Alex responds, yeah, but I'm serious. What if instead of memory removal, Lily's powers was shooting lasers from her eyes? So Lily would be Cyclops then. Hopefully she would be able to control that and not have it shooting out of her eyes anytime she opens her eyes. So Steph sits up and says, I probably would have been more careful not to piss her off. And Alex, laughing, says, all right. And then Alex sits up. And Steph says, so what now? Where's home for now? And then Steph and Alex obviously share another kiss while while radiating a bunch of happy yellow aura here. And then Alex responds while hugging Steph, with my family. Which obviously the insinuation being that Steph is her family. So home, so the insinuation being home is wherever Steph is. So that's nice. Swag said, imagine we get another DLC with for True Colors this late randomly. That would be funny. But technically you could kind of look at the Steph story novel, the Heat Waves novel, and this comic of Forget Me Not as like DLC for True Colors, technically, if you want to look at it that way. So technically we kind of did get a bunch of extra DLC for True Colors, technically. We just didn't get it in the form of a video game. We got it in the form of a couple of novels and a comic book. And that's the end. So that is... Swag said true. Yeah, that... So that is the end of Life is Strange, Forget Me Not. And we have a couple of little variant covers here. Swag said, I don't want it to be over. Yeah, as I said in the beginning, it was going to be it was just a short little mini series. It wasn't going to be as long, anywhere near as long as the Partners in Time comic series was. But it was short, it was very sweet, and it was really good. Like I wanted it to keep going too, cuz it was very nice. Zoe's writing was really good, was really fun. Alex and Steph were pretty much what you come to expect them to act like and stuff, so they were fine. The new character, the new main character, Lily, she was great. Like, especially for being a kid character, Lily was a very good kid character. She was good. She was nice. Her powers were very creative on how they represented her powers. So Claudia was able to like draw and represent her powers in a very like creative way. And also that mixing with like Alex's powers was also nicely visually like represented and shown. So I really like that. So, and obviously Claudia's like artwork just keeps getting better and better like as we keep going on. So I can't complain about that at all. So this variant cover here of Lily is drawn by Zoe Tharagood again. So yet again, along with the awesome writing, Zoe also does awesome artwork. So her cover for Lily is also really good. Like, I really like this cover of Lily. And then we have all the colorful flowers around her, as always. With Zoe's variant covers of always having the characters surrounded by flowers. So that's nice. And then we get a fuck ton of of uh, of different covers. So we got the different covers here. So we got this one of Alex and Steph about to kiss. By Tula Lota Lie, whatever. We all know I'm horrible at pronouncing names. And then we got obviously Zoe's variant cover. And then we have obviously the blank cover here. And then we got obviously the Emma Vicelli cover. Because this is the Emma cover with Chloe and Rachel on it. And then we have the main cover that we saw at the beginning of the book. And then obviously we have I don't know what's the difference here. Oh no, it's just a blank cover. Okay, it's just the cover without the words. With Zoe's cover here. And then also we have the video game cover with Steph and Alex from the video game. So we got that on the cover. And then we got this cover from issue 2. And then obviously the Kate one. And then we got this variant cover from Valentine Smith, which is pretty good. I like this Steph and Alex one, and then all the multicolored after images everywhere. That's pretty cool. And then obviously this one that we talked about earlier. And then we got a couple of more from issue 3. This was Zoe's one from Steph here. And then we got this one in the middle here with Lily. And all of these, like, river of colors or something that's, like, flowing from her here in this, like, little pool. So that's cool. Also, a bunch of flowers and stuff around that. And this one was done by Neen Chang. Neen Chang. So that's cool. This one we already talked about earlier. And then this one from Zoe, from Lily, we just talked about. And then we got this one of Alex resting resting her head on her guitar while she's hugging it. And this one was done by Kathy Kwan. So, really good covers from everybody. Like, all of these covers are really, like, fantastic. So, can't really complain about these. And then we have, as always, concept art from Claudia. So we have concept art here of Alex and Steph. And we have the little note on the top here that says, For the first graphic novel not to follow Max and Chloe from the first Life is Strange game, Claudia Leonardi worked with Zoe Tharagood to visualize how Alex and Steph had grown and changed since leaving Haven after one potential ending of Life is Strange True Colors. So we have that, and then we have... What the hell? There we go. And then we have some rough sketches of Lily here with Alex's jean jacket. And then we have Lily as we saw her when she was in the middle of the road. So we have this look when she ran away and Alex and Steph found her in the middle of the road. Swag said, I wonder who would voice Lily if they incorporated her in a video game adaptation. Swag said Melissa Hutchinson. That's an interesting choice. Swag said, not just Alex and Steph changed, also Chloe and Rachel. Yeah, that is true. So we have Alex and Steph's band name. So this is their band name, which the little note here says, early in the drafting process, Alex and Steph's band was called Manic Pixie Nightmare Girls, a nod to the pair's shared nerdy interests and Steph's punk past. But as the series developed, the creative team realized that perhaps Alex and Steph were still finding their feet creatively and were yet to commit to a band name. Which is not entirely true, because like I pointed out earlier, Manic Pixie Nightmare Girls was still written on the side of the bus. If you were paying attention, the bus had the name Manic Pixie Nightmare Girls written on the side. So I did point it out in the one panel where it did say that on the side of the bus. So they didn't entirely get rid of the name. So if their intention was to get rid of the name, well, someone missed a panel and forgot to take it out. And then we get some concept art of inside the school bus. Alex and Steph's little tour bus. So we got a nice little image of inside the bus here with some of the stuff I pointed out. Like obviously the dancing sunflower with sunglasses. A record. The record that Alex bought Gabe in episode 1. So she has that hung up on the wall there. So that's nice. Also a picture of like Alex and Steph here. So that's sweet. And then we got some more little references with Steph's witch's hat. And then this, obviously the graffiti that's drawn on the side of the bus. because it's kind of hard to notice within the panels, like the graffiti that's on the bus, like the art design that's on the bus. So this is one of them. Because this is on one side of the bus, and then there's a different design on the other side of the bus. So a nice little record player with all the musical notes, and then all the freaky looking mushrooms. And then this is the design on the other side of the bus. So this is obviously the Steph side of the bus, because this is a dragon with a bunch of D20s all over. Like a bunch of like D&D dice like everywhere. Because there's like a couple of D20s and there's a couple of like other dice here. So this is clearly the Steph side. And then we got the bus with the graffiti on it. So we got the bus without it, and then we got the bus with the two different graffitis on both sides of the bus. So that's cool. Swag said, was the various art covers, are they just displays or they're actually available to purchase? Those covers were actually, you could actually buy those. If you were buying the individual issues, then you could buy the issue that you want with the cover that you want on it. So you could find the individual issues if you want to. You could probably find them. But depending on what cover you're looking for, the individual issues may cost a little bit more. So if you want a certain cover, depending on what the cover is, it's probably gonna be gonna cost you a little bit. So and that goes for like all of the comics. That goes for all of them. Because even the Partners in Time comics had a bunch of different variant covers. So it's the same thing with those. If you want a specific cover, then you're gonna have to find the specific issue that that cover belongs to. And then we also have the different, like how they animate the panels. Well, how they draw the panels. Because this is obviously without all the speech bubbles in it. So Andrea Izio says, lastly, I added other lights and shadows like the ones from the fairy lights to give the page the right mood. In this case, I created a contrast between the cold colors in the foreground to underline Alex's feelings, and the warmer colors in the background because the bus represents the idea of home for Alex and Steph. Which is fair. Like, I totally can see that. Like, that is 100% valid. And then, obviously, we get the little biographies for everybody on the creative team for the comic itself. And then we get and then obviously we get a advertisement for the Partners in Time comic series with all 6 books of the continuing adventures of Max and Chloe. So that's a nice little advertisement at the very end. So that's sweet. And then that's the back of the book. So that's the back of the book, and we are definitely done. Swag said that's understandable. No price is too big for Life is Strange. I go crazy for it. Hey, that is true. Hey, if you could find all the variant covers that you want and you want to buy them, by all means, go right ahead. If you're willing and comfortable with paying whatever price you could find them for, go right ahead. Like, hey, I'm not gonna stop you. Depending on what the cover is, I might be joining you. But yeah, so with that, there is one small little thing that I do want to show, that I do want to say, and I do want to show as we're wrapping up here. In my physical version, Swag said, facts, you would be joining me. Yeah, I would be. In my physical copy of Life is Strange Forget Me Not, as I said, I met Claudia a couple of times, and we really had like very long and detailed conversations concerning like all of Life is Strange and everything. Not just the comics she worked on, like all the video games and everything. Because we can talk for ages about it. So we really like hit it off with that. So as a thank you, she actually wrote a short but sweet little message in the book for me, which she didn't have to. Like, obviously she signed the book, but she also put a little message here. And she wrote to me she wrote, thank you so much, Bays before Bays, always. See? So obviously she signed the book, and then she wrote the little message on there. Oh my god. That is like so sweet that she did that. And the main the main reason she wrote that Swag said, damn right, Claudia, that's why we love you. Hey, the main reason she also wrote specifically bays before bays is because I wore this shirt when I met up with her at New York Comic Con last year. So when I met up with her, I wore this shirt for her, and she immediately she loved the shirt. She loved it. So that's why when she wrote the message, she made sure to put bays before bays because she loved the shirt. She really wanted this shirt, which is really hilarious. But I was like, I love you, Claudia, but I will fight you to keep this shirt. uh Hey, Anthony, how's it going? Anthony does TTV. Um Actually hold that thought real quick cuz ads are about to play. So when ads come back, we'll finish our discussion real quick, our little wrap up of our thoughts, and then we'll finish out. We'll do the sign out. So so give me a couple of minutes while ads play, and then we'll be back. So yeah, give me a minute. Be right back. So give me a minute. I'll be right back while ads play. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. I'll answer your chats in a minute in a couple of minutes when we get back from ads. Be right back. All right, I'm back. uh Swag. Welcome back, Anthony from ads. Uh like how Swag said. I like how Swag said, hey ads, you a little late to cliffhanger us. The show is over, ha. I know, right? Uh Swag said, "Why in the blue hell these ads are showing me a coffee maker at midnight? I swear, ads need to be in a insane asylum for all these ill-time ads." Oh, you also got Bojangles ads. That's funny. Also, yes, Anthony, I do remember you. I remember you from Shorty's stream. Like I do remember you. Also, thank you for the nice compliments on the shirt, by the way. I really I really love I really love the shirt too. Like, I don't know if you know this, but let me get a little closer. The I do like that the bays on it has the A has Chloe's beanie, and her hair is on the A. I love that. And then you could see the bays. The A is the lighthouse. Like, I do love that that's also there. So that's pretty sweet. So it's a really good design shirt. I really like it. Cause I was cause I was specifically looking for a different beige before beige shirt. I was looking for a different one cuz I saw one specifically that I liked and I was trying to find it. But then I found this shirt and I was like, "Oh, this is even better than the one that I was trying to find." So I ended up buying this one instead. So lucky me. So lucky me on that one. And yes, Anthony said, I see Chloe's hair and beanie." Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Um so because Swag really likes it when I show this comic on screen, I'm gonna have to show it one more time. And don't worry, there is a reason for this. Remember this hardcover variant of the first book? Remember this? Swag said, "Yes, I love to see it." Of course you love to see it. I love having it. So remember this. In this book, they did add a couple of things. They did add a couple of things to this version of the first book. They did add a couple of things. First of all, they added the script. So this is the entire script of the first issue of the Partners in Crime, Partners in Time comic series, right? So this is the entire script. So obviously it's a couple of pages for the script. And then they added, what did they add? And then obviously they added sketches, sketches from Max. So they added a couple of more detailed sketches of Max and Chloe. I do like that Claudia also put a young Max and Chloe in the corner. Like, she didn't have to draw that, but she did it anyway, so that's sweet. And then obviously we have Chloe here. So that's so we got little emotion variants of Chloe. And then obviously Chloe on the bottom here. Uh, and then we have obviously Max and Chloe here. Is Chloe? Oh yeah, she actually does have a cigarette in her mouth. Well, that's funny. Yeah, so we got Max and Chloe here with their t-shirt designs. So we got their t-shirt designs in the corner. And then we have the high seas. So we got the high seas in the corner here. So that's sweet. With them in their normal clothes and their pirate outfits. And we got the same variant covers. Swag said, younger Max and Chloe, yo. Swag said, Square is playing games. They need to ask Claudia and maybe Emma, if Emma's up for it, to make a whole comic run of Baby Max and Chloe. Baby Max and Chloe adventures. That'd be funny. Also, this is in 2019, to celebrate the launch of Volume 1, Emma Vicelli and Claudia Leonardi had a signing in the Forbidden Planet, London Megastore. And they also included some photos, and obviously they had to do the photos in Polaroid from that signing, which is sweet. And them taking pictures with cosplayers and stuff is so fun. Like, I love it that they took pictures with cosplayers. Now, here, Anthony said that's so nice. Yeah, exactly. I love it. Now here is why. Swag said, I jokingly said before that I would play a whole a whole game called Life is Strange Rugrats Edition. That is funny. Anthony says, I was wearing a red flannel the entire time I played Before the Storm for Rachel. Swag said, semi-jokingly, oh, I know you're not 100% joking. I know you are potentially serious that you would definitely play that. And yet again, I would be there to play it with you. Because I would be all for it. But to your point, Anthony, for me, when I was playing Before the Storm and the original game, when I was playing both of them, I was dressed. I also have a bunch. I have a bunch of different Life is Strange t-shirts and tank tops, because specifically Chloe be wearing like tank tops. So for the Before the Storm streams, I was wearing some of the shirts that Chloe wears in Before the Storm. So I was wearing some of those shirts. And in the original game, I was wearing the Chloe beanie, like I'm wearing right now. And I was wearing Chloe's tank tops and Max's t-shirts. So Max's Jane Doe t-shirt I was wearing, along with having the plushies. Because remember, I don't just have the Alex plushie that's sitting right here. I also have the Rachel, Chloe, and Max plushie that you could kind of see sitting in the corner of the screen. Because if you're looking at the corner of the screen, up in the corner where I'm pointing, on top of my bookcase, you could see, Rachel and Chloe in the corner there. You can't see Max, because Max is on the other side of Chloe. So you can't really see her. You could probably, let me see. Yeah, you still can't really see her. Yeah, you can't really see her. But yeah. No, not I'm not saying you can't see Chloe. I know you can see Rachel and Chloe. I'm just saying that Max, you can't see Max because Max is on the other side. Because Chloe is in the middle of Rachel and Max. Chloe's right in the middle. Swag said, Square is so lucky that I don't own the Life is Strange IP because fans would be eating good from my creative mind. That is true. I think me and you can vouch for that. So, to my point, and this is going to segue into what's coming next. Because if you're playing the game of Process of Elimination, there is only one more currently released Life is Strange thing for us to cover. There's only one more thing left that's released right now. So, the end of this comic, the end of this hardcover, actually gives you a timeline to follow for the entire Life is Strange franchise. For the whole thing. All the books, all the games. It gives you a timeline to follow. So, it says Reader's Guide spanning multiple timelines and alternate realities. The Life is Strange universe expands far beyond the original game. Start at Volume 1 to see where Max and Chloe went next in the timeline after Arcadia Bay was destroyed. Or for fans of Alex Chen, Forget Me Not follows an alternate Alex and Steph after leaving Haven Springs. Swag says, I can see Max because you showed me. Yeah, I showed you in previous streams of where they're at. But so here's the timeline. Here's the timeline. So here's the first half, right? So here's before the storm, and then the arrow goes to the original game, and then the arrow goes to the first volume of the comic book, and then obviously it goes to volume 2. Right? That is volume 2, right? Yes. So it goes to volume 2, and then it goes and then it goes to volume 3, and then obviously to volume 4 up here, right? And then we get to the other side. The other side is really funny and interesting. See if you can figure out what the problem is with the other side. See if you can figure it out. Swag said, oh shit, they gave you the whole blueprint. That's amazing. I know. So here's the other side. So we got volume 5, and then we go down to volume 6, and then we go to the Steph Story novel, and then we go up to True Colors, and then we go to the Heat Waves novel, and then we go to the Forget Me Not comic, and then we go right back down to what you see on the bottom there, Double Exposure. Now, what do you see that is missing from that timeline? Swag said Double Exposure, woo. What do you think is missing from that timeline? I'll show you again. What is missing? What is missing here? Swag got it. Swag is like, Life is Strange 2? Exactly. Yo, I looked at the back of this, and I was like, oh, okay, here's a little timeline of where to follow everything, right? Like all of the stuff, the games, the books, all of that. I'm looking through it, and I'm like, okay, we go this, we go this, we go this. And then we go from volume 6 and we jump immediately into Steph's story. And I'm like, wait a minute. They literally just skipped over Life is Strange 2. I'm like, bro, they're literally treating Life is Strange 2 like it doesn't exist. They put everything else in here, but no Life is Strange 2. It's fucked up, and it's really funny at the same time. Like, I'm completely flabbergasted as to why the hell did they just say, fuck that game. We're not even including it in the entire timeline here. That is fucked up. Like, bruh. Like, why would you do that? Like, yeah, I don't like Life is Strange 2. But at the very same time, you should acknowledge that it exists, that it is a thing. Like, it's really fucked up that you don't even give a shit about it to include it. That's actually pretty sad. Especially since, like Swag says, it did feature Max and Chloe and David. Especially David. David's there no matter what you do. And depending on what ending you choose from the original game, for Life is Strange 2 to count, right? Max and Chloe show up in a photograph. Chloe calls David. You don't hear Chloe's voice, but you do listen to David's side of the conversation. And and if Chloe's dead, then Joyce is the one that calls David. So it's like I don't know why they don't include it, which is also weird, like I said, considering the comic itself, the Max and Chloe comics, does have what was it, Brody from episode 1 of Life is Strange 2. They have him cameo in the comic. He cameos and shows up when Max, Chloe, and Rachel are on the road trip. And he shows up, and Rachel talks to Brody for a little bit. And it's like he shows up in the comic books, and then at the end of the comics, they went through the trouble of making Max and Chloe their hair and everything look closer to the photo that you could find in Life is Strange 2 in David's trailer, if Chloe is still alive. So you can see that photo. And the comics went out of their way at the end to link everything back into Life is Strange 2. So the comics acknowledge that Life is Strange 2 exists. So it's kind of weird that it's not it's not included in this timeline. I just find it like I just find it weird. Um Hey Legend, welcome Legend. Welcome Legend as we're wrapping up the video technically. Cuz we pretty much finished everything and we're just recapping. Not recapping, but we're just doing a little bit of final thoughts. Also, as always, Legend, glad to hear that you got home safe. So as always, I love to hear that. Swag said, yeah, it's kind of fucked up, but funny part because it's part of the timeline. I wonder why they chose not to, maybe because it depicts Max and Chloe depicts a different Max and Chloe appearance wise and possibly contradicts these comic designs. Not really, because the comics do go into green hair. Chloe grows out her hair. She dyes her hair green by the end of the comics. Max grows out her hair a little bit too, so that way they're similar to what the picture in Life is Strange 2 shows. Because Chloe even has her tattoo arm sleeve blacked out. Just like it is in Life is Strange 2 in the photo. And Chloe also mentions going to visit David at the end of the comics. So Chloe does mention going to visit David. So, yet again, the comics went out of their way to link the ending of the comics into where the original where the Life is Strange 2 goes with Max and Chloe. So it's just very weird. Max still has brown hair. Max doesn't dye her hair in Life is Strange 2, so Swag said, okay, I see. They still link to their Life is Strange 2 designs. Yes, they absolutely do. Legend said that they played 7 different board games today. How many what board games specifically did you play? I'm pretty sure I know absolutely none of them. Cuz I'm very old school, so my knowledge of board games is very small. Like very small. So also at the very end we get an advertisement for the hardcover slip cases that I also have. So we got a slip case with volumes 1 to 3, and then we have the slip case of volume 4 to 6. And then we have the advertisement for the Steph's story novel and the Heat Waves novel. So that's nice. let me see really quick. Uh, there you go. See, swag. See, if you could see this. See? There's, Max and Chloe. So there's Max and Chloe with the green hair and the blacked out, tattoo sleeve. And we got, see, a little bit of a closer look at Chloe with the long green hair, and Max, with the hair design that she's supposed to have in the Life is Strange 2 picture. So, well, no, this is, oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Swag's like, oh, yeah, I see it. Thanks for, yeah, yeah, just to remind you of what specifically I'm talking about here. But, yeah. But yeah. So, so Legend says, uh, let's see, what board games did Legend say? Legend said, uh, Queer, Quirkily, Bahamas, Flamecraft, Duels, The Bears and the Bees, Abyss, Tactica, and Rescuing, Robin Hood, were the board games I played. Nice, nice. And just like I said, Legend, I I know none of those board games at all. Like none of them I know. But hopefully you enjoyed playing them. So, as long as you enjoyed playing them, hey, that's what matters. Um Swag said we need a Life is Strange Monopoly edition. Considering how many Monopoly editions we've gotten of so many different things, it wouldn't surprise me, like, at all. Even though you would have to censor a couple of things if you want to do a Monopoly edition. So I don't think any drugs or cursing is going to be referenced in there. Which means if Frank is in the game, if Frank is gonna be in a Monopoly game, he is not going to be is not going to be referenced as a drug dealer. So you're gonna have to censor some things. Cause it's not like Life is Strange. Swag said PG Frank, let's go. Hey, it's not like Life is Strange is a very family friendly video game. Like that's why the games are rated M, everybody. Like it's not like this series is meant to be like big kid friendly. Anyway, we've been rambling on for a while. So let's wrap this up before the next set of ads start playing. So, like I said, which was hinted at the end of the timeline that I showed at the end of the comic, at the end of the hardcover comic book there. The next video, the next Life is Strange video that we're gonna do, we are going to be starting Life is Strange Double Exposure, which is going to be a very big game to talk about. Because Double Exposure, Swag said, no, don't wrap it up. W stream. Nah, okay, hey. All good things must come to an end at some point. But, as I said, fear not. The next Life is Strange stream that we're gonna be doing, we're gonna be starting Double Exposure. Which, as I said, is gonna be a very big game to talk about. Legend said, are you the Resident Evil and Life is Strange expert? Just about, yes. Just about. I think that's kind of obvious at this point. But, which is why Legend, Triune calls me the guru. Like, they gave me that nickname because of my big knowledge of what I know of Life is Strange. So Tri gave me that nickname. So Legend said, is there one more game you're an expert at? There's plenty of other games that I'm extremely knowledgeable of. And a series that I'm extremely knowledgeable of. There's a lot. Believe me, I've covered a bunch of them, and there are still a bunch that I still need to cover. So there is still plenty of room for me to go on and on about my love for various other things. So Swag said, I will be there at certain sections of Double Exposure for obvious reasons. I know the exact sections that you're talking about, so there's gonna be a lot that I'm gonna have to say. There's gonna be a lot. Believe me. So, with that being said, I hope to see all of you for the for our playthrough of Life is Strange Double Exposure, because the road has to make one final stop before we get to the newest installment. We have to make the stop at Double Exposure. So it is going to be a very interesting episode. And a very interesting playthrough. Also, on the bright side, Double Exposure does feature the return of Max Caulfield herself. So that is a bright side. How could Max coming back possibly go wrong? It's almost like a 100% guarantee that this is going to be good. Also, since Max is returning for Double Exposure, right? Obviously, Alex is going to be taking a little break from being here with me. So Alex is going to take a break. And in the Double Exposure stream, we are going to see the return of the Max and Chloe and Rachel plushies are going to make their return, and they're going to come down, off of the top of my bookcase, and they're going to join me down here for the Double Exposure playthrough. So that is also another bright side. Is at least I'll have Max, Chloe, and Rachel as company as I'm playing through this. As I'm playing through this again, because obviously I played through this Double Exposure a couple of times. In any case, as always, I've been JR. Thank you all for watching. Swag said you might want to cover Chloe's ears during certain scenes. Anyway, I will leave all of that. I will save all of that when the time comes, when we start playing Double Exposure. So I will leave that for when we get to it. But in any case, as I said, thank you all for watching. Thank all of you who came in, conversated and whatnot. Always fun listening to everybody, chatting with everybody, sharing the love of the series with everybody. Thank you all. And as always, I will catch you all in the next one. Later, everybody.